Go! Five, 4, 3, 2, go!
A very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Cheltenham Tigers RFC in the heart of the Cotswolds. There's a frost over the pitch here this morning. There's a mist coming off the rolling hills behind us. But action just before 10:30 is going to get underway between Stourport High School and City of Oxford in the ranking place for 7th in this year's Ace Leagues. And if you were to draw straws on which time of kickoff you would have had, you would not have had this one, would you? It is the early one for both these two teams, but they are here and they are raring to go, as is my co-commentator tonight, England legend, England 2014 World Cup winner, the rock of the England scrum for so many years, Rocky Clark. It's great to have you alongside us, and here are the teams for both sides today. Stourport High School lining up like this: Billy Emmerich, Charlie Price and Reese Price are the back three, George Bennett, Jack Condliffe in the centres, Will Graham and Charlie Beaumont are the half-backs, Harry Burrows, Nick Huldy, Hobie Haycock are in the back row, Jamie Purnell, Noah Ellis, Will Conduits, Jeremy Akana and Ethan Allen are the rest of the pack. Lewis Perkins, Connor Pugh, Charlie Pugh, Rhys Jones, George Wheatley, Finn Forty, Jacob Reynolds and Jacob Bowyer are on the bench. Now here is the City of Oxford team, and from the back as well, Khalifa Al-Maflahi, Charlie Cranley and George Pearson are the back three. Charlie Morgan-Stevens and Freddie Skinner in the centres. Ellis Thomas and Ruben Elias are the halfbacks. Ben Pogson, Matt Bridge, Finn Haig in the back row. Finn Howe, Ethan Surrey in the engine room. Sam Scott, Toby Laverty and Can Aitchison make up the front row. And then on the bench, Josepha Carver, Dan Bartlett, Serge Fox, Alfie Kavanagh, Freddie Cow and Luca Toth are on the bench. So we're still waiting for both teams to come out. Ready and waiting in the huddle on this fine day. But just short of Stourbridge Highport, here they come. City of Oxford out on the field already. And Rocky Clark, belatedly, good morning, how are you?
Very good, thank you. Delighted to join you here on a lovely day, even though a little chilly. Should be some good games of rugby going on.
Yeah, certainly should be. It's the end of 9 rounds of action for these teams, starting in mid-September, and it was a pretty balmy autumn that we had, wasn't it? So to end things under a winter's day and 0 degrees on the car thermometer this morning, we both noted, but it's going to hot up a little bit, and this artificial pitch doesn't keep the cold so much, does it? So I doubt the players will be feeling it too much. No,
it'll be a fast track, won't it, on this type of surface? So looking forward to what the boys have got to bring.
And Rocky, when it comes to age grade rugby and the end of a season, what types of messages do you think particularly the coaches on both teams will be telling these young men that they've got to get in their heads? Of course, they're so used to competing at this level against each other, but it's slightly different when there's a little bit more on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be about earning the right to go wide, to break down the opposition, so they must stick to their processes that they've done all season, built on their phases, and when it's appropriate to go wide.
So we're underway in the first match of the day, first of 4, and Stourport High School kicking off against City of Oxford. Stourport in the blue, City of Oxford in the yellow. And the first penalty for City of Oxford. And as you may be able to hear, our referee's mic is working today. That penalty against number 4, Noah Ellis, for the high tackle.
Makes sense. Boys, give me the numbers.
Position here for
5.
City of Oxford. Just about halfway line with a line out. Opting for the shorter line out with a walk in.
Slips through the hands of Ethan Surrey, and Stourport High School will have the ball back from here. Akana with the first rumble, the hooker. And still that knock-on advantage. And Rocky, we see variations of line-outs all over the place. What's the advantage of a 5-person walk-in line-out, as we saw City of Oxford trying to do there?
Yeah, so they're walking in so they don't give away where it's going, so they can just go in and up, so for a fast tempo line out. the opposition will be trying to close the gap slightly to try and force a referee to get them to start in. The less numbers, the more space you've got to win the ball as well. But it just went through his hands, didn't it? He'd be disappointed with that.
At the back of City of Oxford's scrum, Ben Pogson in the number 8 jersey. And this scrum going a little backwards for City of Stourport, but they get the ball away, and on the outside centre channel, popping up, Stourport's Charlie Price. Another high tackle there, raining down at the start of this match. And that one against Charlie Morgan Stevens. Jack Conliffe it is who's kicked down to touch the inside centre for Stourport High School.
Going for the 5-man line out. They've got a forward in at scrum half, so you suspect this would be a drive.
Harry Burrows it is, the number 8 who goes in. And now Kana arrives in support. Well held by City of Oxford. Back to Stourport, back to the backs, and they'll spread play all the way along here. Into the fullback, Emmerich's hands, and Emmerich has beaten the first, and Billy Emmerich slides into the frost of the morning for the first score after 3 minutes.
Great pace there, backing himself, little fend to go through, and he knew where that try line was able to read his opposite man, get the fend out. Great try. So we just saw an out the back ball, little crash runner holding defenders. Fend goes in, backs himself, right hand, left hand, dives over. Brilliant score.
Attempt on goal is good, and City of Stourport have a 7-0 lead. And that's a nice kick from Jack Conliffe to get his accounts open for the day. City of Oxford get us back underway, and Ellis Thomas, their fly half, kicks into the 22. And the forwards edge their way out of the 22. Second day of action in these Ace finals, and we saw very little tactical kicking from deep yesterday. They're a little bit more safety from the scrum half, and the return of ball is good. City of Oxford with good field position, and they use their forwards as a decoy and then unleash in the midfield. Ben Pogson, number 8, has done well setting up this attack. Back to Ellis Thomas now. The Pogson pops up again, getting through the work, the number 8. Ruben Elias wants to go quickly, the scrum half. Stretching play again. Playing with advantage, our City of Oxford. And it's along the line again. And we'll come all the way back. Well, stretching City of Stourport from, or Stourport High School, excuse me, from one side to the other. But that defence holding, Rocky.
Yeah, strong defensive effort there. Really impressed by Pogson's work rate, the number 8, big number 8, carrying hard, getting them front football and able to play from width to width. Linking up with his back row colleague Bridge as well. Good strong carries, getting him into the right areas of the pitch.
The tackle height really being watched keenly by the referee. City of Oxford having to adjust their tackle height perhaps after those 2 early penalties against them. Another walk-in line out. The target is Ethan Surrey, and then he'll transition away, and now here comes the maul. Put down well by Stourport High.
So collapsing the maul there. Really clever line out as well by City of Oxford. They transferred it across.
Ellis Thomas goes quickly, the number 10, and then Bridge is wrestling for the line and muscling his way over. City of Oxford reply. And it looks like their number 7, Matt Bridge, has got the score.
Really strong carries there. Quick tap, off they went. Caught them on the back foot and were able to get through. Strong low carries. Just seen the number 8, Pogson, drive it up, so it's a pick. It's actually the loose head that gets over the line. Fantastic score by the loose head prop, Aitchison. You knew where the try line was, nice and low, leg drive. And they're the types of players that you want to carry when you're that close to the line.
There's been a few places, Matt Bridge, this morning, but not scoring that one, Cam Aitchison. The loose heads fighting his way over. And conversion after just goes to the left-hand side. Cam Aitchison, interestingly, Rocky, has released a song on Spotify in his teenage years, so not just a ball-playing loose-head prop.
So he's a rock star as well, is he?
Yeah, prop idol.
Brilliant.
Prop idol and pop idol. You've got a song on Spotify out there, Rocky? Anything like that?
Fortunately not. I sound like a cat when I sing, so no.
Even on a karaoke night?
No, I'm well away from that.
So Aitchison's try brings City of Oxford 2 within 2, and they pull it out of their 22, or try to. Knock on under a degree of pressure.
Just, yeah, didn't need to have that ball out the back then. I think they should have just got themselves some decent forward carries. I think that's Freddie Skinner who just got that. Knocked it on, just put the pressure on then. So it's Stourport High School who have to put him. So big strong scrum from Oxford last time. Stourport must make sure that they dig in. Really good attacking platform here.
Charlie Beaumont feeds the scrum.
Much better scrum.
And Beaumont will play off the back of it. Emmerich, the try scorer, goes around the first and then loops it in fields. Tries to keep it alive. But he was handled well. But he is a handful, this fullback for Stourport High School.
Yeah, really strong, powerful unit. Fast as well. Just tried to keep the ball in, didn't he, with that flick out the back. I think he'd just been pushed over. Pressure's on. Oxford here, line out on their 5.
Solid from Matt Bridge. Clearance from Elias. Reese Price fields the ball to Emmerich. And he'll have 3 players over to his left, and he'll use them with Conliffe, who goes to the fast option in Charlie Price. Defensive line was up well though from City of Oxford. Risk another high tackle on Haycock, but play on. Here's Holdy. And it's a far more legal challenge, and meeting Stourport on the gain line. Conliffe thinks about the big pump over the top. Decides to keep it safe with Noah Ellis. Play stop for bang to the back of the head or back of the neck of Noah Ellis.
Good referee in there, just making sure the play is safe. Some really strong defensive efforts from the front row again, but this time from Sam Scott. Big tackle on the opposition flanker.
I should say that with the City of Oxford team, they are competing in this playoff ranking match without a couple of their superstars. So injured Charlie Mile, their club captain, and the England under-18 player, not able to participate today, and Will Glister as well, who's a England under-18 regular starter and full-back, so a little short of some stardust. Over the season, it's 4 victories and 5 victories, 4 losses over their matches so far, and those losses coming to Hartpury, Gosforth, Exeter and Brooksby Melton. And we will see all of those teams in action today, especially Hartpury against Beechen. Just have a listen here if we can.
I don't want to check when we went to that now, but I think
Harry Burrows in dialogue with the referee. And how do you try and approach that, Rocky, having a dialogue with a referee, given perhaps that the captain normally speaks to them?
Feel good?
But do you always feel comfortable going up to them and having a word about technical elements?
Come back on, scrum down.
Yeah, for sure. And it obviously depends on the referee whether they're willing to have a conversation with you. But it's about having a really good rapport with them, especially in the front row. I was near them quite often, so I could have a bit of a chat with them. Sometimes they'll tell you to shut up, sometimes they'll entertain you, so yeah, it just depends on the referee style.
Well, Harry Burrows got a few words in there, seems to be quite pleasant. Good relationship building from the number 8. Good field position for Stourport High School. Switch of play. Graham unleashes Conliffe and he wants Charlie Price to have a run, and Price gets around his first man, cuts in. Fullback is desperately hanging on to his shirts and they're playing with an advantage. Penalty is there. Khalifa Al-Maflahi did well to stop the rampaging Price, but giving away a penalty. Here we have another look at it.
Yeah, we're just seeing another high tackle around the neck, 2 in fact. So I could just start to be thinking about getting a card out now, because that's a theme of the game. I've been really impressed by Jack Conliffe's delivery, actually. The inside centre's putting his winger away into a vast amount of space. Real strength of his we've seen so far.
Taken down and then just dropped off to the hooker, and he'll rampage around and look for the line. And Stourport High School do have a second try. Not quite. Goal line dropout. Held up over the line. It was Harry Burrows' run that was so hard to stop here. So Stourport High start again, and with loose head Ethan Allen. Over to Graham. Well, a number of penalties adding up now, Rocky, for City of Oxford.
Yeah, they've really got to stop that. They're just giving away easy penalties. Just means they can build momentum. They've got a shot at goal now. Go up to 10-5, which really puts the pressure on. They have to score a try now.
I think this is only the second penalty shot on goal of these finals. Over 3 matches yesterday, it was just the one successful penalty. I do find at under 18 level, don't you? That there's a real ambition to play from anywhere, and quite often that penalty is eschewed for kick to touch.
That's what I really love about age grade rugby, just wanting to play, keep the ball in hand, play from anywhere, you know, not scared to have a go, not scared to make an error, just enjoy it, try it, see how it goes.
Stourport High adding to their lead, 10 points to 5. So City of Oxford get us back underway. So Conliffe kicks this long and gets play just over the halfway line.
Quick line out off the top.
Nice play over to Emmerich. Big fend from the fullback, and then he looks to have a second go on Morgan Stevens. The outside centre does pull the fullback down. Here's Stourport's number 8 again. Driving hard.
Too much movement on the floor there, gives away the penalty, but we're seeing huge games from the big number 8s against each others now. Harry Burrows versus Ben Pogsum. So it's about 3 apiece at the moment.
It's nice head-to-head developing there, isn't it, between the two number 8s? More good field position for City of Oxford.
Opting for the 5-man again, this time with the scrum half in his usual position. So you'd assume it would go off the top.
Drop down into the hands of Matt Bridge. And here is Pogson.
Takes 3 men to take him down every time, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's showing so much willingness to run as well. No surprise in number 8 having a willingness to run, though, perhaps?
Especially into brick walls. That's what you want from a 8, don't you? Somebody who's just going to get you some really good front football when there's a lot of defenders on feet. Can they drag in 2-3 players?
And Rocky, City of Oxford able to change the picture slightly in the referee's mind as well. A couple of penalties going their way now after a run of them against.
Yeah, they've done well. The momentum shift has changed now, and they've been whiter than white, and they've kept their tackles down. They seem to be getting the phases together. 5-metre line out.
Rising high is Surrey again, and this time the gold jerseys bind on him. Stourport High have done well to stop any momentum, so it will be back to the backs, and Ellis Thomas goes cross-field looking for Pearson, taken by Billy Emmerich. Well, that could have been mighty dangerous.
So playing the ball on the floor, another penalty goes the way of Oxford. So they're painting good pictures in the referee's eyes now. could potentially see a card here if they infringe again. So walk-in line out. Pogson in the scrum half position.
Again, Surrey the target man. Within a metre, and penalty to Stourport High.
I think not releasing, I think. Yeah.
And Rocky, is that a case of City of Oxford driving too far?
Yeah, that's a really tough one. It's very clever play having the transfer. So the person who was ripping the ball, Pogson, then ripped the ball and spun round, and so his back was facing into the opposition, but he got slightly isolated as he got tackled, and it just meant that they had bodies on feet who were able to get the holding on penalty. If it works, it's fantastic. If it doesn't, it's a penalty against you. Just errors creeping in here as the time is going through their fingers. Line out, not straight.
They are 35-minute halves. It's only 10 minutes shorter than an international test match or any senior rugby match, but it does feel quite a bit shorter, the half, when you take off those 5 minutes each side.
Yeah, for sure, and especially somebody my age, I quite enjoy a shorter game now. It's usually the last 5 minutes that I'm not enjoying by playing at that point of the game.
You've done all the hard work by then, haven't you, Rocky Clark?
Wow, yeah. Also, probably a bit of a disappointment if I'm still on the pitch, to be fair.
Save those moments for the really big games. Well, an attack from City of Oxford which results in a penalty to Stourport. It's good defence from this Stourport High School.
Yeah, the referee's been really hot on high tackles and rolling on the floor, and they're obviously things that he's been told to look out for. So you just have to make sure that you abide by those. You work out early what all referees have the thing they're hot on, and it's about then playing to them. So you know you can't do that extra roll. Stourport's defence though has been very good. They're getting the two-man tackle and good line speed. It's hard for this Oxford side to break down.
Pogson just plays distributor this time. Good hands from Morgan Stevens, and there's space for Cranley. He's might have a second attack at this. Good football skills to keep it going. Taken by Reese Price. And Stourport have lost 45 metres or so again, and a penalty against. And that's an excellent breakout, and all from an incorrectly secured line-out.
Absolutely, I loved how the winger went up the side and was able to get that little kick in, so get it in behind. Then with the opposition, Stourport picked it up, got tackled, and then it was Bridge who was over quick to make the jackal and get rewarded the penalty. So they're back where they were a few minutes ago for another shot. Really is end-to-end stuff, isn't it?
So City of Oxford again in a similar position, looking to convert, and go and wrap around. They'll leave it to the backs this time. Firstly through the midfield, and popping up is Cranley, Charlie Cranley, Elias Thomas, but knocking on it, really holding them back at the moment, these small errors.
Yeah, that's tough, because they've done the hard part. They've won the line out, they've got it out to the backs, they've recycled, they've got the ball 5 metres out, and then just that forced pass just costing them those errors, those 1%ers. Got to be clinical in the red zone. Have to come away with points.
So scrum comes out. Charging into the midfield is Skinner. Freddie Skinner, a yard away. City of Oxford looking for their second try. It's Sam Scott. They get it right that time.
Always rely on your props there. So you've got your loose head scoring first, your tight head scoring second. Good day to be a prop. Great low carry, quick recycling, low body position, and just drove over straight through the middle. Should be an easy conversion.
It's always a good day to be a prop, isn't it, Rocky?
Every day's a good day being a prop.
The voice of authority. Alongside me today, Rocky Clark, England World Cup winner. As if anyone needs reminding of that. Do you ever remind people of that?
Every day.
City of Oxford hit the front with their second score. This one from Sam Scott after Skinner's run.
It's a great carry by Skinner, wasn't it? It was inches away. And there's the big tight head going low, driving over.
Stourport High. Kick into the 22.
Great line speed by Stourport. Really putting the pressure on.
Thomas. A lot of space here for the backfield to work something, and Condliffe puts a kick for himself in. There's just enough space there. He'll take this, Jack Condliffe, but can't quite gather after the pirouette, which was beautiful from the inside centre. Here's the 10, Will Graham. Nick Haldate secures. It's a good drive from Will Conduit. Condliffe popped on from Haycock and puncturing the line. Here goes Ethan Allen, fighting his way forward. Allen then passing on to his winger. The cutback is good. City of Oxford having to scramble back now. Allen secures the ball. Counter is very effective. At least slows matters down a bit for Akana. Allen again, rumbling his way forward. Stourport High with all backs to the right-hand side of this breakdown. Akana might not need them. He's within a metre. A pick and go might do it here. Looking for their second score now to retake the lead. Advantage is there. So many ways they could score this. We'll have a penalty from 5 metres out.
Backs were screaming out for it, weren't they? It was like a 3-on-1 to the left-hand side of the post. If they got it out, that would have been a sure try. Okay, penalty's been awarded straight in front of the post. I think wise decision taking the 3 points to then be a point ahead. We spoke about it's all end-to-end stuff.
Successfully put over. It is punch and counter punch, and Stourhead retake the lead off Oxford with just under 10 minutes to play of this first half.
It's the man of the moment who got the penalty kick, wasn't it? Jack Condliffe is on fire today. His distribution, his kicking skills, stepping up as first receiver for majority of the game, putting players away. He's the kind of guy that you want on your team to get you some width.
So Thomas kicks it long. Taken by Emmerich, who hitches and then breaks the first tackle. Playing very wide off the ruck, but maybe isolated. And hands on the ball. Oh no, sealing off. Looked like it was Jeremy Akana penalised.
Yeah, just easy pick off for the referee there. So he's looking at pictures. He's quite by the book, and so when the hands go past on the floor, okay, that just shows that there's no space for that competition at the ruck. So it's again a penalty to Oxford. I think we're seeing from one end to the other, be one try or one penalty, and then got right down at the other end. It's all about now just cutting out the errors, playing the phases, trying to play in the right areas.
Oxford are in Oxford corner once again. And again, taken by Surrey. Stourport have done well again to stem the initial drive, but it starts to creep forwards. Far more considered this and concentrated, and the try comes. And that was so cohesive from the city of Oxford. They've been trialling different techniques off the back of the line-out, but they just stuck it up the jumper and went old school.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. And they were really, really patient, because there's so many mauls that are going to go over, but people get edgy and start moving it about. But you've seen a really low position there, driving through. Okay, Stourport had been creaking, Oxford stayed low, and they just kept driving. And it goes through, gets the score. Easy for the ref to see.
Boding really well this match so far from a neutral's perspective. Not that we expect too many neutrals to be out there. I'm sure you're all watching on with a significant vested interest of a relative or a friend of one of the players out there today. It is a tight one so far, but for Oxford a chance to put a little bit of distance on their lead. That hasn't gone through the post, so 17-13 the score will stay, but Oxford retake the lead with that try from a driving maul.
Exciting few minutes coming up until half time as we're down here at Cheltenham Tigers. Only 4 points in it.
Condliffe kicks us off again. Back to Thomas. Very elegant swing of his right boot, and he makes good yards.
Fantastic exit by there. I think it was Haig who went up for the ball, caught it. 10 got in the pocket, Thomas got in the pocket and was able to clear his lines and made it up past halfway. Textbook. And that's what they would have been working on all throughout the season, just making sure they're playing in the right areas of the pitch.
Taken by Bridge, actually pinched, and Akana is allowed to run into the midfield. Taken by Allen. And show and go from Ethan Allen. Worked to the edge, and Reese Price. Beaumonts. Haycock.
Not rolling away, penalty against Oxford.
Conliffe has gone as long as he dare, and he's almost taken that to within 5 metres of the line. So maybe it'll be Stourport, Rocky, who can finish this half in front again.
That's what they'll certainly be hoping for. They've got a forward in at scrum half position, ready to rip the ball. Now we see their chance to flex their muscles with the maul.
Allen is on the ball. Akana comes in to try and take it, and there's progress there. The golden jerseys parting and a few more steps might do this. But no try. It's good to see all the mist coming off the top of a rolling mall in this type of weather, Rocky. We've been starved of cold weather this year.
We have indeed. It's a bit of a shock having to de-ice the cars this morning, I have to say.
You still have de-icer remaining from last year?
Absolutely not. I had to put the car on and sit there for 10 minutes while it defrosted.
Yeah, the breath vaporising for the first time this year.
I think we saw all the backs running from Stourport to go and get warm then in that mall. Try and get it some momentum. Look like a 10-man mall.
Yeah, almost went all the way too, didn't it? Pressure though on City of Oxford here. And their 4-point lead. It's the battle to finish 7th in the ACE rankings for this year. It's just going to be knocked out and they'll go to half-time. So City of Oxford do protect that lead, but Stourport's showing all the necessary ingredients to be able to make this second half very, very interesting. 17 points to 13 at half-time, and our coverage will pick up at the beginning of the second half. So we'll leave you with some of the highlights of the first period over half-time. 4 points the difference at half-time between the City of Oxford and Stourport High School, aiming to finish this season's campaign in 7th position, the winner of this one. Matches coming up later today as well. Just to mark your card, Brooksby Melton College against Exeter College are on this pitch next. That's at 12:30 today. After that, it's Bishop One School against Gosforth Academy. That's at 2:30, and then at 4:30 it is the battle for first place in this season's campaign. Hartpury College against Beechen Cliff School. All of that will be in the company of the woman alongside me, Rocky Clark. City of Oxford kick off. A few changes that they are making at their half-time moment. So Ethan Allen powers in, just picking up business where he left off in the first half, really. Knocking on from Oxford.
He's had some really strong carries, hasn't he? Been really, really impressed by both number 8s.
In your playing career, Rocky, did you ever move around the pack at all when you were a little bit younger? Was there any back row?
A couple of times, yeah. I went at number 8 and 6, and the second row actually. So most of the pack. Haven't done hooker. I think you have to have a slightly different mentality to go there. But yeah, I enjoyed number 8. I was a bit scared that, especially blindside flanker, I didn't want to get run round, so I'd be right on the edge of the scrum, ready to leg it off to go and make my tackles. I think I moan it on my other flankers when they're not scrummaging.
You know the theory well then.
I do indeed.
It's a nice tactical kick from the City of Oxford, forcing Stourport to play out from under their own posts, and Allen does just that. A few more metres works well, and Conliffe in his big boot, but he hasn't directed that towards touch at all. And Khalifa Al-Maflahi has a first run. He's an Ospreys affiliate player, a fullback for City of Oxford. Carried forth by Pogson. There's numbers here and there's space too. Can they make it pay with Freddie Cow in the 20 jersey? Now picking up the play is Kavanagh. Alfie Kavanagh, good drive. But the ball ripped off him, and Billy Emmerich sees some space.
He loves going route one, doesn't he? Absolute bulldozer at fullback. It's not often you say that.
Bulldozer at speed too. Booted long by Graham. And that's found some space in behind. Emmerich might have another chance here if he gets a good bounce. He does. There's the vision of the fullback too, because he sees Conliffe in a bit more space, and Conliffe has speed, and he'll get it on to Morgan Stevens. And Stourport's number 23, Jacob Bowyer, carrying that forward. Carry on from the Stourport forwards. Holdy, the open side. Charlie Price is playing scrum half, and that's why he gets the offload as well. Lovely play onto Rhys Jones. Jones under a bit of pressure, but it's a penalty to Stourport. Interesting way that Charlie Price has decided to move around the back line, Rocky, and pop up at scrum half. Worked well.
Yeah, that's what you want, interchangeable positions. And I remember I used to coach at Chesham Stags, like a community side men's team, and we had a loose head prop that would stand in at fly half as well, because he had to do it for a season because we had our fly half injured. So I'm all about people who are swapping positions, and I have been known to do a few odd scrum half passes myself along the way, probably much to the annoyance of the scrum half.
Keep that to yourself, Rocky. The world doesn't need to know that you've got that level of skill.
Wow.
So, points from Conliffe. But not yet the lead. 17-16. City of Oxford have had their lead cut.
That's the right decision, knocking at the door. Make sure you come away with points every time you get in the 22. That's what your real goal is, isn't it? Try and be clinical, try and force the penalties, and get some points on board.
Good take from Stourport's Rhys Jones. And there is Price. Al-Maflahi has to turn. And that's going to go out of play just before the halfway line. Taken by Price off the top. It's going to dip just before it reaches its intended target, Charlie Pugh, and he did well to Connor Pugh. There goes Allen. Price to Graham. And Graham looks for it again. Price with his scrum half otherwise out of action has to take control. Al-Maflahi beats the first tackle. It's a good return from the fullback. Knocking on, so Stourport again with the ball. And Nick Haldy. Well, Rocky, it's not often you see a match where not only the team's well matched, but they seem to have strengths in similar areas. Two very good number 8s, two accomplished number 10s. They've got kicking ability, two fullbacks that are able to run. It's a very, very evenly matched contest so far.
Yeah, it is indeed, and I think whoever cuts out more errors is going to be the team that come away with the win. It's just about being a little bit more clinical. I have been impressed by both teams having the intent to move the ball, to shift the point of contact. There's been some little tip-ons in between the forwards. They're just getting in that seam, forcing two people to tackle you as you go in between them. But they just need to cut out the 50-50 balls, so where somebody can get a hand in or there might be a knock on. You just got to try and make sure you don't force it. It's all about keeping the ball, playing the phases. And then when they get in the 22, they're often rewarded with a penalty or a line out.
Price has a scrum going forwards, if a little sideways as well. Well, that is very much a Saracens approach, isn't it, Rocky, and your club? And is that something that you have come to the conclusion that after all your years of playing, that it is the ultimate way of playing, is keeping that ball? Because some sides will try and attack a little bit more and make sure that they don't have to go through the phases to rely on points to be a little bit more effective or efficient.
I think it depends on the opposition and the weather conditions as well. And I've always said Katie Daly-McLean, the England fly half, absolute worldie of a fly half. She would play the right game for the right occasion. So, you know, when you've got the likes of big Emily Scarrett in the centre, you want to get the ball wide, or if it's a wet day, you want to be playing in the right areas and waiting for them to make the mistake. So yeah, it really does depend, but I think that's the quality of having such an experienced 10 who understands the game, and all the players around. You know, at Saracens you want front foot ball. You've got Sari Harrison kick into the corners. Those are the kind of, you know, happy days that you get when you're playing on the front foot.
On the front foot again are Stourport's, but Bowyer can't take it after Conliffe's pass. I guess experience at number 10, it's not something you can trick. You simply can't have it all aged 17 or 18. It is something that has to be hard-earned through many years on in the game.
Yeah, for sure. But there are players, as we've already seen with Conliffe, who's got that awareness and tactical understanding and skill already as a young man at inside centre, and that's what you want. You either want a distributing inside centre or you want a crash ball, and we certainly have got the distributing threat and speed of him to go through.
Stourport scrum is again getting the nudge on. Penalty to City of Oxford.
Just getting penalised for his angle there. They went forward, but they went diagonal forward rather than forward first and then across. So that was an easy picture for the referee to see. You must go forward first and then the angle can happen. You can't go straight on the angle.
Am I right in thinking, Rocky, that when rugby came back after the pandemic, scrums in the Premier 15s were limited to a degree of pushing? You couldn't push too far, is that right? Was that one of the changes that they brought in? So
they actually changed it to that you do a quick tap and you had to be back 10 metres. So there was only like 2 to 4 scrums a game, which was great. I didn't have scrum neck, but I nearly had a heart attack running around the pitch. Pretty much tap penalties every 3 seconds.
Not quite the same here, but scrums at this level, only 1.5 metres of pushing allowed before you then get a free kick against you, so you have to control that push.
Yeah, so it's really important you get that initial shunt to try and get them off the ball, and then you have, once you chase your feet, then you have to hold still and rely on your second row and back row to deal with the ball as it's come through.
Ethan Allen waits for the ball.
He's doing everything today. Throwing in, carrying.
And finding players at the back of the line-out nonetheless. It wasn't a clean take, but it's going to work for Stourport High School. Price feeds it again to Jones.
Jones has made a big impact already, hasn't he, since he's been on?
Certainly been lively and looking for work, as has Huldy. There's the penalty again, and very kickable, and with Stourport just a point behind, that might be tempting for Jack Conliffe.
Yeah, the man of the moment. Time to step up again. As we said, they're giving away penalties when they get in the 22. So it's all about just getting momentum, getting into there, keeping hold of the ball, and then they're earning the right to go for the sticks.
Stourports take the lead again. Conliffe adding the points up. 19 points to 17. Stourport High, despite trailing 3 tries to 1, are ahead. Low kickoff. So it will bounce before it reaches Emmerich, and Allen is at speed. And you have to be brave to take on Ethan Allen at that velocity, but Matt Bridge did just that. Strong tackle from the Oaten side. Went low as well, excellent technique. Conliffe is charged down.
Hasn't put a foot wrong all day.
Just a few inches higher and it would have been in that pocket where it would have sat up nicely for him.
Yeah, that's where you can see that was just about execution, but the brilliance to know that that space was there was definitely on.
Metres to the left of this scrum for Oxford. About 50 metres of open side to work with. Now through to Cowers in support, but it's the number 8, Pogson, who carries nicely, and here goes Carver, Josepha Carver. Cam Aitchison is next to go. He has 1 try to his name already. He's trying to roll on for a second, and City of Oxford do it again. They go behind, they bounce straight back, and it's Cam Aitchison.
There we go. We talked about the props having a field day today, and they certainly are. Cam Aitchison, what a try. Really nice play in the build-up. We had strong carries coming round the corner at pace, and that's what you want to do. Getting on the front foot, making the defence have to fold round the corner. They're all out of sorts. Good, strong, low carry. Just manages to twist himself to get the ball over the line. Fantastic finish there by the loose head prop. All against the run of play, really, as well.
Ellis Thomas to try and make the distance, or the difference, 5 points. It's a lovely strike of the ball from Ellis Thomas. And Oxford, 4 tries in the bag and a 5-point lead after this brilliant run from Carver. Big man to have to pull down, and then Aitchison finishing it off. Stourport behind again. Luca Toff claiming that ball, and Pogson links to the backs. Another penalty, and what do they do here?
Surely they've got to go for the sticks, just keep it ticking over. He's been on fire all day. Going for the scrum.
But so often, as soon as they've scored points, City of Oxford claim the restart somehow and then score another try.
That is a fair point. But they've got to get something off of this, though. Otherwise, they've really missed an opportunity to close the gap.
Well, their scrum has been looking good as well. Stourport.
The man of the moment, Allen, has gone to the front row, as Lou said.
He might tick off every position in the pack by the end of this game. On that flank as well now, Charlie Pugh in the 18 jersey, and Price, the scrum half, moving in from the right wing. Gotta say, I do like a winger who plays at scrum half as well. Some of the best players in the history of the game have been able to fill both those roles.
Absolutely, you know, they've got a lot of time on the wing to assess the game, haven't they? To then come and see where they can speed it up or where there's opportunities.
If you've got a scrum half skill set playing on the wing, you're going to be able to link play together nicely. And here goes Price in this scrum half role. Lovely pass over to Emmerich, who straightens, and he powers out of the first challenge. That's a good 10 metres made by the fullback.
High tackle again.
Thinking of the women's game, but Claudia MacDonald would be one who fills that wing and scrum half role. Shane Williams in the men's game, of course, perhaps the most famous example I can think of.
Absolutely, and also it means when you go to that side of the field, you might not need your scrum half to go over there, and you can hold them as an extra player out in the channels.
Taken down by Jones. City of Oxford piling in to move it in field, but it's still going from Stourport, and it might splinter through now, and City of Oxford having to put second and third shifts in to try and stop this, and Stourport are there. Have they got the score? Held up again.
Oh, they'd made really, really good meters with that, and the defence was a really good effort initially, but they just managed to come through the middle and disrupt the ball and hold it up as they'd gone over. So goal line drop out.
Conliffe, will he run this himself or distribute again? The inside centre lays the ball back nicely. Price, Holdy, Conliffe, picked up nicely by Reynolds. Back to Emmerich. Every single time he's beaten the first man today. Price, Jones. Tackling and discipline in defence is good from City of Oxford. Graham fires it across the line, and he realigns well. There's numbers here for Stourport if they can use them. Conliffe just moves it on, but it doesn't go to hand, and a knock-on comes.
Oh, that's a real shame. Really good opportunity there. Again, it's just those final passes, isn't it, when the ball is in hand.
Still the field position, if not the possession, for Stourport. Well, scrum already moving before the ball was even in there. And what will Stourport, they have a bit of ascendancy, trying to be doing at this scrum, Rocky?
Yeah, they've just got to make sure that they're holding steady till the ball's in, and then they can get to work. They've got to stay low and square, just making sure they're going forward first.
And likewise for Oxford, if you're up against it at the scrum, what options are available to you other than just trying your hardest to push as hard as you can?
The thing is, what you don't want to do is give away the penalty, which so often players do, where they either bail out of the scrum, so they pop up, or they lose position, or they spin round. So you have to stay square and straight, even if you're going backwards, to not risk giving the penalty. But really, it's about getting a really good body position, everyone working together rather than individuals, and dropping those knees low and being really broad shoulders, chest down, bearing down, really holding strong, and trying to really push your shoulders down on the back of theirs to try and stop them getting underneath you.
It must be so hard, if that's your aim, not to give a penalty away, to just take yourself going backwards and accept that medicine, if you will, in the effort not to give away a penalty.
Yeah, it is tough, and that's why you see so many penalties given, especially if you're not in control of the speed at something's going. You might struggle to keep in a straight line going backwards, or being spun round the corner, and of course that's the beauty of an attacking strong scrum, that you can manipulate the defensive scrum and earn those penalties. We've got onto scrum chat, my favourite kind of chat.
It's only taken 59 minutes.
Well, that's not too bad, is it?
Now the dam has burst though, so it may all be scrum chat from now on.
Yeah, next 3 games is what we're heading for.
10 minutes remaining in this 7th place playoff, and it's a free kick is the upshot for City of Oxford.
Early engaged by Stourport, and you could see it was going to be something like that after it was the 3rd reset scrum. Must be hard as a back actually when there's so many reset scrums and you're already right, you're poised, and then another reset scrum where it gets dropped, and then you're like, do you get bored by like the 3rd, 4th one?
You're looking at me as if I'll have the experience there. I don't, I'm afraid. I was always in the pack at the low level that I played at. But I imagine, yeah, on a day like this, those hands, those fingertips,
yeah,
will be feeling frosty.
Cold. It's a little bit stop-starty now, isn't it? They just need to get a foothold into the game.
Taken down. Holdy playing with advantage, and there goes Allen, and he get the pass on to Price, who races around the corner. The number 8 finds the scrum half, and Stourport will have a kick to try and take the lead.
Absolute worldie of a try. That man Allen has been on fire all day. He gets the pass out the back, he puts his scrum half away. Brilliant play. So he's in the back of the maul, gets hands on, just a little step off the left, goes through, keeps the ball, then just that one-handed offload. Great try, fantastic play by the number 8 slash loose head slash hooker thrower.
Yeah, all the skills on display from Ethan Allen today. Conliffe to try and take the lead for Stourport. Hits it well, keeps his head down, and he hits it very well. Jack Conliffe, the hype train is real. He takes the lead for Stourport, 26-24.
He is a man that you want in your squad in these high pressure situations. He's cool, calm and collected, knows what he's doing, strike of the ball straight through. Jeez, he's on fire today.
Jones takes it unsighted and then rampages forward. Shipped on nicely from Holdy. Will Graham. Allen again. This is a much better exit from their half by Stourport. So often they've been conceding a try after scoring points themselves. But the organisation here and the ambition to play wide is most impressive, and this is taken on by Pugh. Pugh's got a head of steam up. Charlie Pugh racing into the 22. Can Pugh keep going? Pugh for the corner. He gets there. Stourport surge ahead, and it's Charlie Pugh. The type of try that you're just not supposed to score.
Absolute phenomenal try there. Brilliant finishing, great pace. Man on the edge, runs half the length of the pitch. Outstanding. Conliffe with the ball out to him. Pugh goes round, gasses round the first man, tiptoes his way along the sideline. Slight into out, skips out the tackle. A great finish, right hand, ball down, just in the corner. Magnificent try there. Now we're just hearing the players checking how much time's left on the clock and what the score is. So they know they've got the lead, but they also want to keep hold of it.
Seven points the difference now. So if Conliffe can kick this, Stourport are beyond the score, in front, with 5 minutes to play. Not sure exactly what we're waiting around for, Rocky. Do you know? We've got, it's not an absence of balls, because we've got 2 balls. We've got too much choice.
Referee's put his time back on. Oh, I think it's an injury. Is that Pugh who's walking off?
Does look like it. Charlie Pugh, I think. You're absolutely right, Rocky.
Oh, that's one way to bow out the game, score an absolute worldie of a try.
Conliffe has struck this oh so sweetly, and this inside centre's kicking boots have been supreme today.
I think that's a name we're going to see again. He has been phenomenal today, and he seems to have everything in his bag. In his shopping basket, in his trolley, in his suitcase.
He's taken the whole supermarket.
He has. Here comes the next train.
Ethan Allen, difficult to contain.
Whether it's him or Jones catapulted into the defensive line. They've been getting some really good front foot exits there for their team.
Another decent nudge, and City of Oxford's momentum has just been taken away from their vibe, and not just body language wise, not cutting the same figure that they were for most of this match. Stourport and Huldy, and Allen looking to get on the ball. Involved is Wheatley too, the number 20. Price. And here is Connor Pugh. These are the moments on a rugby field, Rocky, which I imagine feel so good when a hard-fought victory has all but been secured. There's 3 minutes remaining and you're still looking for more points, and at the point in the game where you can just enjoy it.
Absolutely, and they chose not to go for the points. They went for the line out, straight to the front of the line out take.
And peeling off and infield and rolling away to a metre short.
Another penalty, hands past the ball, not supporting their own body weight. Going to opt for the quick tap.
And Allen will take that tap. Doesn't get to the line.
No shock it's him, eh?
Is that another? Not quite.
It's going to be a goal line drop out.
Got to feel slightly as well for City of Oxford, haven't you? Because they were right in the mix in this match for so long. Just 2 quick-fire scores, and it has been taken from their grasp. Here's Billy Emmerich, who got the first try in this 7th place playoff. There's another try scorer, Price. As Will Conduit. And Wheatley involved again. Time for something more perhaps for Stourport, and Conliffe bounces into Carver.
You don't want to run to him, do you? I think you'll still feel that tomorrow.
Conduit linking nicely with Haycock. Graham, and Ethan Allen just takes a ball that wasn't meant for him. What a morning's work it's been for Stourport. And although it's not the fixture you necessarily want to see, the early morning kick-off time, once it's over, they've got the rest of the day to kick back and enjoy and watch the rugby here at Cheltenham Tigers.
Yeah, at least you get it done early then, and you don't. Because I hate things hanging over me and waiting. I get really nervous at late kickoffs, but I like playing under light. So you know, it's a half a dozen of one. What's the saying?
2 of 1.
Half a dozen in the other.
2 of 1, 6 of 1.
Oh,
6 of 1. Oh dear. 6 of
know.
1, half a dozen of the other. 2 of 1.
It's too early for
4
me.
of something else maybe.
Anyway, I do like playing under lights, but I also like getting the game done early.
We are having to deal with a lot of numbers today, in fairness. Numbers on the backs of shirts. Not all of them necessarily correct to the players. We've found our way through. A couple of numbers that we do have correct are 33-24 to Stourport. And it is those in blue who are still looking for more penalty to City of Oxford. And a man's name we haven't said in a while, Ben Pogson. Nice run too from Bridge. Another penalty.
Referee has been clear with that. The player put his hands on the floor, passed the ball, then grabbed the ball, and he is not accepting that as an opportunity to get a holding on penalty. So they've been penalised for that.
Player of the match, unofficially. We don't have an official award to give, but Jack Conliffe kicks long, doesn't find touch. Al Maflahi. There's numbers here if they can get the ball down the line.
Great carry again by Pogson.
George Pearson. Kavanagh at scrum half, and now to Serge Fox. Kavanagh. Thomas. Nice pop off as well from Carver, and that's Al-Khalafi, and this is great speed onto the ball. Goes Luca Toff racing home. City of Oxford finishing fast.
Super try. What a finish there. Loved how they shifted the ball along the line. Little tip-on passes, created 2-on-1s, and it was the sense of the back row, front row combining, got the ball out wide to that speedster to go over in the corner. Luca Toth. Great finish. The tighthead prop pops it out to his loose head. Move the ball wide, great pass there, and just that slight into out, little fend from the 22 out, backs himself, slides over to finish.
The value of Conliffe's kicking all to see, because this could be for the victory if it wasn't for the last 2 conversions which Jack Conliffe has secured. Without those 2 kicks on goal, we would be all level at 29 all. And this would be a kick to try and win the match. And as it is, it's a kick by Ellis Thomas to try and bring them within 2 points of Stourport. Fine match we've seen, Rocky, today.
I know, that's a fantastic game. It's certainly been an eye-opener, and physicality, skill, end-to-end stuff. So looking forward to the next games.
couple of points to finish for City of Oxford, but it is Stourport who have this victory, 33 points to 31, and a purple patch of 2 tries late in the second half which secured the victory. But it is Stourport who finished 7th in this year's Ace League rankings. So our next match on is at 12:30, Brooksby Melton College against Exeter College, and we hope to have your company for that one. And our coverage will take a break for now, but join us back just before 12:30 actually to build up towards the next contest, the contest for 5th place.
run as fast as well. And then like, we go back to the first two units of car, whatever how I'm
The second match of the day about to begin here at Cheltenham Tigers RFC, and we're delighted to have your company for it. It will be Brooksby Melton College against Exeter College for 5th place in the Ace League this year. Exeter College out onto the pitch first, but Brooksby Melton won't be long behind them. And here is their starting 15, a full 23. Malalili Satala, Jasper Bath and Henry Nanka-Bruce, the back three, and Oren Crowley, Joe North in the centres, Harry Simpson and Joe Edwards, the half-backs, Jamie Talbot, Lawrence Adidiran, Reams Handford are the back row, Jack Zebedee and Harry Palmer in the second row, Oliver Averson, Ewan Fern are in the front row, along with Bronson Mellows. Kit Brodie, Aidan Bradshaw, Matthew Rigo, Harley Matts, Cameron Adderley, David Tuipolotu and Alfie Hopley are also in the 23. For Exeter, this is how their team looks. Freddie Blackburn, Matt Spray, Callum Findlay in the back three, Bobby Wigginton, Nick Lilly in the centres, Jed Findlay and Tegan Ferner are the half-backs, Ben Hobbs, Bobby Pond and Ethan Millard in the back row, Sam Putnam and Daniel Gloins in the second row, Ben Ellis-Jevons, Lewis Gully and Callum Arnold make up the front row. And here we go. Action begins. Exeter get us underway. Brooksby Melton in the green and Exeter College in the white, blue and black hoops, and they have an early penalty. And once again, I'm joined for this by England 2014 World Cup winner, a rock of the scrum for whoever she's played for, Rocky Clark. And Rocky, as we've seen in the first game today, things can go really quickly in this age grade level at the Ace League. Sides can attack from all corners and it's often end to end, and the first opportunity already to Exeter College.
Absolutely can. It's all about getting momentum, looking after the ball, playing the phases, then when they're getting in the 22, being really, really clinical. See Exeter here with the line out, forward in at scrum half, so you suspect they're going to go for the drive.
Take it down, but they're being driven back themselves by Brooksby Melton. And driven towards touch two. Exeter College under pressure, but then the splinter cell goes for the line, and they're over the line, looking to place. The first score does go to Exeter. They make it pay in the end.
Great try, great patience. Everybody knew what they were doing. They were under huge amounts of pressure from Melton, but they just kept it in. Really good carry there. Gully was the scorer, I believe. He was low, tight, straight over the top. And then that freight train just kept moving. It went backwards, sideways, and then they splintered off, kept patient, and then just dove over to get the try. Less than 2 minutes in, getting the score.
Try and make it all 7 from 5 metres in from the touchline, but just pulled to the left of the posts. Exeter with that fast beginning. Not a bad effort at all from Jed Findlay. Just not quite the distance after Gully had ploughed his way through. Harry Simpson kicks Brooksby Melton off. Lovely chase, superb chase from the loose head prop from Brooksby Melton, Bronson Mellows. What a chase that was. Box kick isn't taken, not cleanly anyway. Exeter College have the ball. Tackling by Brooksby Melton was from Adidiran, the open side flanker. Nice pass, clean from Tegan Ferner, the scrum half. Ferner again to Findlay. Tackling is again good in the midfield. Every time a match has begun, we've seen such intensity across the first day yesterday and this morning, and again now. Every player who has been involved in these Ace League finals day has come to play. And they're really applying themselves again. The charge down is good. Brooksby Melton might profit. It's going to land and bounce kindly for Exeter College and Bobby Pond. Ferner waits. Maybe an opportunity here. Lovely line taken. Offload isn't selected. Brooksby Melton possibly offside, but they are allowed to play on. Exeter College on their 22. Puncturing the line, but not breaking through, and there comes a penalty. That's good defence from Brooksby Melton.
Great defence there, just patient, getting off the line, making their tackles, pushing them back, driving forward.
Simpson goes for safety, and play will go just into Exeter College's 22. First set piece chance for Brooksby Melton.
We've already seen one steam train of a line out. Will we see another?
I'm going to have to keep a timetable, I think, today across these steam trains that keep going in, Rocky.
I think there might be a few.
Good take, but the throw wasn't straight.
Oh, that is really poor there. Very disappointed with that. Everybody had got into the right positions. I loved how quickly they were set up. Ball was in hand. Everybody, Ripper was in there. The two pins either side of the Ripper were there, ready to all hit as a 3 to get that extra momentum as soon as the jumper lands. They've got the ball. They go into the transfer. The Ripper rips the ball. Just needed it to go straight.
How is the scrum contest? Brooksby Melton pushing ever so slightly Exeter College backwards. Low kick to touch, and that finds a safe touch and decent distance as well.
Decent exit by Exeter then. Just thought they might just creak in the scrum, but the front rows were quite high. Did enough to be able to keep a solid platform to kick off of. Get 30 metres out from their try line.
Throw from Fern. Taken well by Palmer. Just reach for it, but into the hands safely of Talbot. Simpson. Looped round and North involved. That's lovely. Up from full back is Satala. Back on Exeter College side. Pond involved again. doing the tidying. And looking to work something on this blind side if they can. With Bobby Wigginton. But now Ferner says, let's get things downfield. The chase is there. Very nearly. Ben Hobbs was flying forward for that, the number 8, but he missed his man. There's numbers away to the right if they can get it, but instead Brooksby Melton's Averson wants to go and take on Exeter College jerseys. Little chip over from Simpson. And watch well by Blackburn. Stuck in their half, Exeter College. And now another chance for Brooksby Melton.
Great play by Brooksby Melton there. Really, really strong carry by Averson. Absolute raging ball, fending, going through, leg driving, really hard to stop. They got front foot ball off of it, spun it wide and were able to get the penalty. And the back in the corner. Line out 5 metres out.
Brooksby Melton walking in for this one, and again to Palmer. He takes it down. Those opal blue jerseys look for the line, and they'll have their reply after Exeter College. Brooksby Melton with a replica score.
There you go, one apiece there by the monster of the mall train. Very, very good play there by Melton. They just managed to go around the corner of the line-out defence. They shifted to the right. You see this sheer just come around the outside. Fern's on the ball and he's the one that goes over.
You mentioned the monster of the mall train. You might have said the monster of the mullet train. You and Fern. What a haircut.
Hell of a mullet. Wonder if he did Movember as well.
Yeah, a couple of days after that now, aren't we? So there's no, we can't double check, but maybe if we can get a close-up shot, we might still have it on. 5 points to his name anyway. Ten points played. Battle for 5th place. And Fern, after his throw-in, getting that score. Taken by Brooksby Melton.
It's a raging bull again. He's off, he's got himself a penalty.
Well, both these teams, Rocky, coming into today after losses 2 weeks ago in their Division 1 matches, but very different types of losses. Brooksby Melton were well and truly beaten by Beechen Cliff School 38 points to 0, whilst Exeter went down by a point to Gosforth Academy. Winning that one would have seen them in a different match today, but as it is, they are against each other, looking to end on a high.
There was a very, very late hit on Brooksby Melton fly half then. He would have felt that one. But he just bounced up, got back on with it.
Tegan Ferner with open side the option. Finley works along the line. There's a gap here and space sorts by Wigginton. He goes round the outside, looks to play the ball and keep it alive. It hasn't gone forward. Lovely break from the outside centre. Now his number 8, Hobbs, carries it forward. And he'll slip the ball on and then provide the assist. Here is Lewis Gully. Gully, he has one try, the hooker. Exeter College just a metre away. And they wait. The next pod forms. Now they'll look to the backs here. And Findley's reaching, and maybe he's there, the fly half. Held up.
That's a shame. You have to be really spot on now. Obviously, it used to go back for a scrum. You're put in when you get held up over the line. Now it's a goal line dropout. You have to be really, really low. 99% sure you're going to score it.
It's a good bit of fly half on fly half action as well. In the end, it was Simpson who was doing the holding up on Findley. 2 number 10s.
So we're going to say, is that 1-0 to Simpson then?
Yeah, I think it's got to be, isn't it? And here is Findley. Millard. Onto Pond. Callum Arnold, good hands. To the right winger, Spry. Offering himself is Ellis Jevons. Findley entertains the defence and then releases the backs, and Blackburn is racing through. Knocking on just as the support runner was looking to carry the play forward. Nice break from fullback Freddie Blackburn.
Woo. Really fast tempo there. Great offloading. Speed onto the ball, just cut through that gap, didn't he, Blackburn? Beautiful pace onto it. So Exeter's scrum was under pressure last time. They managed to get the ball away, but the 9 was under pressure, feeding the pass away. Tegan Ferner, excellent distribution skills.
Edwards was under pressure, so he let his number 8 Talbot carry the ball forward. And hasn't he done well, Jamie Talbot? Snaffled on the floor, however. That's some fine work from those back row marauders in Exeter College colours.
Yeah, they were quick onto that. It was an excellent carry. Go forward under pressure from Talbot. And Exeter quick on it. Got that holding on penalty. Cannot be isolated against this team.
It's one of rugby's great frustrations, isn't it? If you fight hard and drive beyond contact well, and so well that you isolate your team and you end up losing the ball, it hardly seems fair.
No, it's so frustrating when that happens. That's when you just got to try and buy time for your teammates to get to you, whether you stay on your feet, with body management in contact.
The upshot is Exeter's field position here, and they have their eyes set on another rumble, and the form is excellent. Just 3 metres away now. There it is again. Third drive, really organised from Exeter College, and they'll rifle forward here and look to go with another pick and go. looking for their second try from a similar position. It's the forwards again, they're on the line and held up again.
That's when you have to be so sure of it. There's no point going with that stretch out unless you can literally see green and you know you're going to get that ball down. So another let off. It's just better to keep the ball, play the phase, let somebody else score it.
Still on the attack, however, Exeter College. Findlay. Ferner. Findlay again. Lovely drift to the outside. There's space there again for Wigginton. Good contest on the floor. Brooksby Melton have the penalty. It was such a good contest.
Initially a fantastic carry, wasn't it, by Wigginton? Really hard to get hold of, but then he just got himself isolated slightly in a big contest on the floor. Rewarded.
And Rocky, it's a
Melton.
different scenario to earlier, but if you're the player who has driven beyond the line and you end up being isolated, is it ever on you to be aware of that, or is that only ever your supporting players who need to get with you? It's all on them.
It's a bit of both. It's about having awareness, obviously, where your support players are, and if you make a line break, you know, you're not suddenly going to stop and be like, oh, I'm waiting for everybody, but you need to then try and stay on your feet as much as possible and then land on the ball, so you look after it, you don't allow those jackalers to expose you, and then work your body round, maybe going into the old pencil presentation, long and strong, to buy time for your team to get there and get the defence away from you.
Next to make a mess of Brooksby Melton's line out. Well placed box kick and a good chase from Jasper Bath. To shift the ball so quickly along the line, and again it's Wigginton, this time on the other flank. He hints to go inside, drops the shoulder. Nick Lilly is with him. Interception, well picked out, and the race is on for Brooksby Melton's Reams Hanfords, who slides in. He timed that to perfection.
Absolute speedster there from the blindside flanker. Absolutely read it to a T. Went through, picked it off, full gas. Pinched it off his opposite number, actually, I think, and went through. Outstanding read. So if he doesn't make that, that's a line break the other way round.
Should be quite a bit easier for Harry Simpson. Reams Hanford. It's tried, converted by Simpson, and Brooksby Melton have the lead. 12 points to 5. Against the run of play, we might be able to say there, given Exeter College's possession and dominance of the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to give them the lifeline and the spring in their step to keep building momentum from that. Sometimes you just need those moments to then help bring your team up, lift the team, give you confidence to get yourself out of the hole that you're falling down.
Will that change how the play goes for Brooksby Melton? They relieve their lights. Carried back by Blackburn. Ben Hobbs again. Lewis Gully again. Ferner. It's a lovely pass as well weighted by Arnold. Going down the blind side and somehow staying in until that point.
I think that's time off for just getting the try scorer. Hanford having a little bit of treatment. Maybe he ran so fast he's pulled a muscle.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, he's limped off, hasn't he?
Line-out was intended for Matthew Rigo, but it's Exeter College instead who'll look to profit here, and the hands are very nice as well as Findlay goes himself the fly half. Findlay all the way, pinching the set piece and profiting 50 metres later.
What a fantastic team try. They shifted the ball, turned the line out over, shifted it along the back line, lots of forwards involved, literally creating the 2-on-1, putting their mate into space. Outstanding finish. Findlay goes over in the corner. What a team try. Just seeing the back row link in, little fix and pass, drew the outside centre. Findlay goes, little handoff, steps off his left, gasses round to the right, scores the try with a roly-poly to celebrate.
In the catalogue of Rocky Clark celebrations, have you ever pulled the roly-poly?
So I get up half the time.
Style it out, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. I just use the momentum. I'm like a snowball going down a hill.
I like the frog arms that you do. That's been a latter career celebration, hasn't it, the frog arms?
Yes, it has indeed. It's developed over many years.
Yeah. So the try scorer Findlay doesn't convert, but this was a lovely show of speed and power as well.
Beautiful execution, 2-on-1, absolutely textbook. And that man himself, the fly half, backs himself, goes over in the corner.
Brooksby Melton down the middle, taken well by Ferner. And they've put that gift of a try for Brooksby Melton behind them. But they are still behind on the scoreboard.
You can see what they were trying to do again. They were trying to shift the ball, move the point of attack. And I love how the forwards aren't just crashing it up. The slight hands shifting it across, finding the better space to attack, the bigger gaps to attack. That one was just deemed forward. Just forced it a little.
Deemed forward is always a good way of putting it, when you particularly when it's you that's been
May have said that about a few scrummages when the referee deems it wasn't straight.
Covers all manner of internal thoughts, doesn't it? Got to enjoy the setting here, haven't we? Rocky Clark, set amongst agricultural Gloucestershire, just outside the city of Cheltenham, not far from Cheltenham Racecourse and from GCHQ as well, which people keep coming up to us with conspiracy theories about. The reason why we don't have any phone signal here. Brooksby Melton don't need phone signal right now. They are in the blood and guts of this match. to touch goes just beyond the halfway line. Still 2 points the difference after 2 tries each. A little unsympathetic towards his scrum half. Tegan Ferner was not going to take that.
I was just about to say that was a beautiful line out, and then the delivery to like bounce past to his scrum half, that cost them. Referee's having a word to stop them walking in.
It's an area of the game which is being kept a close eye on at the moment, it seems, across all levels of rugby, is that gap at the line out.
So one way to stop teams walking in is to close the gaps. The referee then says, right, get in, and you have a little bit of a warning, but it's a little subtle way that people try to force them to start in the line out, because it's very difficult when people walk in the line out with a tempo throw and jump. It's very hard to defend.
Change of idea from Simpson. Findlay again looking for the wider spaces, and again Exeter College finding it. And here goes Wigginton again, back on the inside. Good support line from Blackburn. It's there for Findlay if he can carry it forward. Again Wigginton, supported by Spry. Ferner on the front foot again are Exeter College. Pond slips it to Gully. Findlay. Brooksby Melton line up the runner on that occasion. They've recovered well. And they've stopped the momentum somewhat as Gully tries to get them going again. It's okay to play on, and Nick Lilly does. Not held, Lilly. Oh, just falling out of Callum Arnold's grasp. Wonderful break again, and those wide channels, particularly the outside centre channel, is proving a bit of a fast lane for Exeter College.
Yeah, very clever play where they've seen they've had success down there, so then they flooded through, got the ball to that channel, and a lovely little ball back inside by Wigginton as well to find his centre partner. Lilly, rather than going with the playing the same way, that little back inside, to have that vision and the execution of that ball back inside, that was fantastic.
That was really aware, wasn't it?
I'm surprised that Melton aren't really competing at the breakdown, because that's just allowing really quick ball for Exeter to play off of.
Taken well. First line Beechen. Ferner goes to the left. Arnold pops on again. Gully, who keeps popping up. There he is again. It might actually have been, Ben Ellis Jevons with that carry. Findlay missing out his decoy runner onto Lilly, and then Wigginton, the two centres in tandem, and Wigginton not held. But in fact he was.
Every time he gets on the ball, he's a threat, isn't he, to the opposition?
That's not going to go. So Jed Findlay releasing this time on the near channel. Daniel Gloins. And here's Hobbs. And here's Bobby Wigginton. And there's more space to be found if Millard can link well. Hobbs had a man outside him, but went himself, the number 8. And there are some crafty Brooksby Melton hands on the ball.
See, they're getting change out of it now. If they compete, they're slowing the ruck down and getting some penalties as well. They've got to take confidence from that. That'll get them back in the game then. Been some excellent carrying by the back row of Exeter, Millard, Pond and Hobbs.
It's funny, Rocky, because it does feel like it is all Exeter College that they are the team in the ascendancy, and yet still 2 points behind Brooksby Melton. Just doesn't feel like that. And that's, I suppose, a concern for Exeter College.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be panicking too much. It would be nice if they could go in up at half time, maybe get a penalty. But they certainly seem to be in control. They've got to feed off of that, because eventually, once they break down that defence, they'll get through.
Is there time for something before half time? Just a couple of minutes out. See in the back line, Ricky Pello, just on our screens from Exeter Chiefs. He's been here this weekend, or this weekend, middle of the week. It's a 2-day affair, it feels like a weekend. Certainly been a festival of rugby so far. There's Freddie Blackburn. Ferner. Ben Hobbs. Really like the way he keeps the ball in 2 hands, Ben Hobbs, and yet still carries big. Turner using his strength. Turned over by Brooksby Melton.
Yeah, Hobbs has been carrying really well, a really balanced player again from the number 8 position. Strong carrying, uses his fend.
Messages for half-time, Rocky, what would you be passing on to both sets of teams?
Well, I'd firstly be saying to Melton to compete at the breakdown, to slow down their ball so you can get time for bodies on feet, get off the line. And Exeter, it's all about being clinical, just making sure of that last pass, not forcing it. When they're getting that line break and they're in, they don't necessarily have to force that offload. It could be just take a phase, play again.
Harley Matz is the scrum half for Brooksby Melton. Good pass off his left hand, taken in by number 12, Cameron Adderley. So it will be Simpson and his mates with this last roll of the dice before half time to try and add to their 2-point lead. Stolen by Exeter College. Another power carry from Ellis Jevons. And Finley has a flat line in front of him. So Nick Lilly is his option. They're certainly capable of the Exeter, but will they look to go from almost 80 metres and try and get something before half time? The answer to that is given by Jed Findlay, who banks what Exeter have. 12 points to 10. They trail Brooksby Melton at half-time in this contest for 5th place in this year's Ace League. It is very finely poised, and we look forward to seeing how the second half plays out. 2 points in it between Brooksby Melton and Exeter College. Brooksby Melton kicking off. And they're streaking away for the first score of the second half today. Talk about starting quickly. Looks like Matthew Rigo is getting the applause. What a try.
Brilliant try. Saw Hobbs carry it up. I don't know whether it got spilled or it was quick. Yeah, ball is out. So he very clever, just went through. What a step as well. Fantastic. Stepped off his left, cut through. Read that the ball was out, picked it up. Rigo, what a fascinating pick. Score there.
Matthew Rigo, and that was sublime. That early step certainly drew the defence in.
Outstanding. I think any back would be proud of that.
The tries they've scored have really caught Exeter College on the hop. Interception in the first half, and now one from the mistake at the ruck, really, by Exeter College.
Yeah, they needed to get a man over the top quickly, didn't they? The ball was just exposed and out. That's where we talk about doing some placement with the ball, buying time, landing on the ball. As soon as you land sideways and you haven't landed on the ball, it's free there for the jackal. Somebody to poach it.
Conversion is good. Full 7 for Brooksby Melton. 19 points to 10 they lead. Simpson with another 2 points. And Exeter find themselves 9 points behind, which is at odds with first half statistics, if we were able to see the first half statistics, but they would certainly bear out possession and territory in favour of Exeter College. And yet, Brooksby Melton with 3 tries to 2. Good take from Lilly from kickoff. Shifted hands on by Pond. And then there's Findlay and there's Wigginton looking for work, as well as Hobbs. Max Ferguson is the new man on at scrum half for Exeter College. Looks to the left, Ferguson. A little low for Findlay, but didn't he do well?
Melton need to roll away there, giving away the penalty.
Jed Findlay hasn't found touch here from the penalty. It's kept in by Brooksby Melton. But a scrum, so it's going to work out nicely actually for Exeter.
That was a lucky let off for him, wasn't it? Oh, they're coming to the line out.
Full line out, and to the back they go. And that's just not just us up here, Rocky, that have had a problem with numbers. So too Brooksby Melton there.
Now they're going to opt for the tap, but they threw to the back when it was uncontested. Didn't need to do that.
Pond with that last carry. Ferguson to Ben Hobbs. Hobbs is driven into the ground by Zebedee. Good take from Seth Mackay. Ferguson again, little hop and then a jump from Hillier. Ripped off him, and here goes the try scorer. Fantastic speed that Hanford has. He's showing it again. Reams Hanford. Now it's there for Simpson. And also Alfie Hopley. Simpson lifts this over, but it's good placement from Exeter College's Freddie Blackburn, who goes quickly and kicks this high for himself. No chance of reclaiming it, so Simpson twists and then keeps the ball alive. That was good play from the fly half. David Tuipulotu carried that play forward. Every team has been really keen to switch their bench at half-time in this competition, no matter the fact that the ranking places are on the line here. We've seen wholesale changes at half-time in pretty much every match in this East League Finals day.
Keep it fresh, get the impact players on, see what they can do. We've already seen that young man Rigo, who already made an impact, getting an early try as soon as he came on.
The quality is such, and the way these colleges train, that no one's out of the loop just because they're on the bench. No one's even, there'll be performance differences of course, but in terms of the actual shape and structure they want to play with, it's still exactly the same, business as usual.
Absolutely, you just need to slot in, make sure you stick with the same structure or game plan that your coach has brought to you. And of course the coach has the luxury of picking the appropriate player for the opposition they're playing. Max Ferguson. Solid scrum from Exeter College. Here goes Findlay. Chips in behind. There is space. There's no sweeper back at all. And Lilly lets it bounce over his head. Here goes Tuipulotu. And look at the wheels and the feet on this young man. Hold down on Exeter College's 10-metre line. Here's Simpson. And there's more space in behind.
Great kick selection here. If it bounces nicely, it'll work out for Jasper Bath. Good takedown. Impressively high skill level of the individual on display in these ace finals. It's a good box kick. Tuipulotu takes it. Tackle from Ethan Millard was good, but penalty given away for not rolling away.
They've had that infringement a few times, haven't they? So they really need to learn from that. As we spoke about before, referees have their things, their bugbears that they have, and you've got to learn really quickly, because it could be the cost of a 3 or a 7-pointer. You must react to that.
How much will players change what they're doing in real time based on how a referee is responding to them, Rocky? Is that on the players to make those decisions, to change little technique things or strategy?
Yeah, I'd be expecting you'll have a pack leader, you'll have your captain, your vices. Those are the people that should come together and be communicating that. It's up to anybody within the team to acknowledge it, notice it, feed the information in, and then it's for your leaders to be communicating. That's what we're going to do. Right, referee's really hot and rolling away. As soon as you tackle, get out of the way. And this season referees are really hot on that. If you make the tackle, you have to be clear out of the way, because it sometimes allows time for the jackler to get on. So they're really hot on that. You have to be away before that jackler's on.
Kit Brodie with the throw. Taken by Hanford. Simpson was under pressure, but he's judged that very nicely. And so too have Exeter College. But they can't stop themselves being driven backwards by Adidiran. Findlay has made a good call here because there's numbers, and sprinting into green space goes Lilly. Doesn't find his support runner. Really good scan from Jed Findlay to bring play over to this left-hand side.
Yeah, great awareness of where his players were, where the overlaps were, to get the breakdown sideline from Lilly. Again, it's just that final pass, that being clinical, is the bit that's really undoing Exeter. So they're doing all the hard stuff. Just take the phase.
Mats does well to find his backs. Tuipulotu, big throw of the dummy, and then good leg drive after contact. Mats again, but that's knocked on by Simpson, just too low. Looks like a man who could finish off moves, David Tuipulotu, but he's being used as a strike runner as well, and There was good power after contact there as well, wasn't there, from
His feet
a
were going
substitute.
so fast, he looked like Roadrunner. They were still going, I think, even when he was on the floor. Fantastic leg drive there, and yeah, a real threat on the ball.
Ferguson. Lilly. He's seen some space, and that's a gliding run from Nick Lilly. But he's got isolated.
That was the perfect example of not doing a ball presentation, is where you want to think about landing on the ball just to buy yourself that split second. So ball under chest, then go into your ball presentation. He got tackled and went on his side, and that's so easy for the Jackals to go straight on. When you have a quick flanker over the top of that, that's an easy penalty.
Again, more territory, more possession for Exeter, and yet a point's staying away for now. Ferguson, Lilly first receiver, then to Findlay, who'll have some space here. He pops it on nicely to Blackburn, who steps and looks for the support runner, and that's lovely from Exeter College. Can they finish it this time? Ferguson goes out wide. Desperate defence from Brooksby Melton, and here come more runners in the shape of Harry Rodwell. And here's Gully, who scored the first try for Exeter. 5 metres away. The pace having slowed right down. So adept at making holes in this Brooksby Melton defence, but not yet getting over the whitewash, or not for a long time. Chance here, a great chance here. Looking for the line, not getting it, penalty. Gully will go, and he powers forward, he'll get there and score. Second try for Lewis Gully.
Route one for the hooker there, straight through, quick tap. Always knew he was going to score it because he wanted that ball, didn't he? He was like, give me the ball, we're going. And off he went. Quick tap, boom, nice and low. Defence fairly slow to react. They weren't back on side, so they weren't able to get any line speed, so they were having to chase as they made that tackle. So we saw the forwards roll their sleeves up, do the hard graft, and then it was that man with a quick tap and drive over to bring his team up close.
With 20 minutes to play, Jed Findlay makes it a 2-point game again. And there's 20 minutes, it's a lot of time, Rocky. I feel like there's quite a few more twists and turns in this one.
I think there will be, for sure. You know, they're quite differently, a different style of attack. So I would expect them to keep quite tight, maybe till the last 10 minutes. So close, hard to call, isn't it? You know, as you're watching the game, you're thinking Exeter are in the lead, aren't you? They're having more possession and territory, but I think they're also making more mistakes, allowing Melton to come back into it.
Kick off from Simpson. Next to have come undone at times, trying to relieve their lines. Hillier with a secure run. Lilly again. This time he does place it back and has support as well. Findlay. Tackling was from Matts. Stealing down the blind side go, Exeter College. That's lovely from Ferguson. Doesn't manage to keep it alive off the floor. Here is Rodwell. Ferguson looks left and right. A lot of numbers on this blind side. Can they conjure something here with all those? Tackling on Ethan Millard is good. Findlay chips over. That's a well-weighted kick. But Brooksby Melton reclaim it. They also watched it well. Ferguson. No chase to worry about. That's a well-placed kick. Although, is it going to go a little too far? It's taken back over his own line by Findlay. Pumps this long, really long. What a kick that is. Taken nicely by Simpson. And here is Satala. Madalili Satala off and running, looking for support. Lovely show of the ball. Here's the power as well. Brooksby Melton straight on the attack again, but that's going to escape everybody. Thrilling passage of play from two teams intent on attacking.
Phenomenal play, wasn't it, by Satala? Great carrying, really evasive. 2 hands on the ball, was showing as if he was going to pass and then step back in off his left foot. Little dummy goes through, and it all came from that man Simpson, who was very quick to do the line out to himself, went the 5 metres, caught it, passed it out to Satala, who had a massive run up, picked off a loose head prop, ran round him, ran round a few of his mates, and then they've been rewarded with a penalty just inside the 22.
There's a tax to play if you run round a prop like that, isn't there?
Cheeseburger.
Well, it's a very well equipped kitchen here at Cheltenham Tigers, so maybe after the match that score can be settled. Right now, Harry Simpson looking to create another score, and he does so. 3 more points to the total of Brooksby Melton. 22 points to 17 they lead. They're just taking their opportunities when they present them.
Ticking that scoreboard over, aren't they? Very clever. And Simpson, it was right for him to get the points on board after he orchestrated the quick line-out throw to get Satala away.
Here's Tuipulotu onto Satala. That was excellently done. High tackle.
Such a danger man with the ball in hand, isn't he? You're panicking, you're going to get steps, so you've gone up high, or you've been sidestepped, you go to the side. Just caught him.
Lilly to Findlay, and he has a chaser in here. If he hits grass, there could be danger. There is.
That bounce of that ball is so cruel, isn't it? Just taking a minute with an injury down to a Melton player. Both teams will be regrouping for the last 15 minutes. Such a tight scoreline. Working out what they've got to do.
Brooksby Melton player who is down. And Rocky, what are breaks in play like? Particularly injury breaks, because they can be really long, can't they? And even if you're at the very top level, your mindset must drift out of the game somewhat.
It depends how long the break is. Obviously, it's a really good opportunity to have a chat about what things are going well, what aren't going so well, and what you're going to implement for the next 10, 20 minutes. But when it's a long time, especially if it's a neck or a back injury and they need to get a stretcher on or something, that, you know, you're worried about the player that's on the floor. You're starting to then, all the adrenaline's going around the body and you're starting to get cold, and yeah, your mind might start to wander. So it's really important that they keep focus, Just interesting to see all the Melton boys still in a circle, all the Exeter boys spread out. I wonder if they might start doing hands soon. That's what we generally do if it's sort of longer than 4 or 5 minutes. And you know it's a serious injury then, don't you, when it's longer than that. It's not just a quick patch up or a bit of tape being applied. Probably going to be a stretcher job if it's longer.
There's a Brooksby Melton player who is down. And they've brought the replacement on for when play can restart. And the new man will be Cameron Addersley, who started the match. But good signs, because the injured player, I'm not entirely sure who it is in Brooksby Melton's team, but he is sitting up now. Let's just remind us about how this second half started. Try from Matthew Rigo, pinching the ball on the floor, big step from the replacement forward and then over the line, with the whistle still ringing in everyone's ears. This is how he did it. It was Ben Hobbs whose carry and place just wasn't protected, and that step there is what you like, Rocky Clark.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever done a step in my life, so I'm very impressed when a four can do a step, to be honest. So that was amazing, and it was actually the players are there to clear out the ruck, but they were just the wrong side. They missed the wrong person, and it was an easy pilfering for Rigo to go through.
Play back on after the injury change. And the injured Brooksby Melton player walked off.
It's good. We wish Jasper Bath a speedy recovery.
Absolutely, and his teammates with a lead to protect and maybe even enhance over these last 15 minutes. 5th place in the Ace League being competed for between Exeter College and Brooksby Melton. The kick long is going to bring us all the way back. Exeter College ball.
Okay, real chance here for Exeter. They just got to make sure they execute. Don't force anything. One job at a time.
Hillier's job is to find his man. He does that. In on the ball quickly was Gully. Now Hillier at the back. And Matt Ferguson, the scrum half, waits. Now alights. Now Lilly. Findlay, there's more space there. Blackburn can't take it. The door was well and truly open for the fullback. Oh, that is agonising.
That's a gutter for them. That should have been a try. He was straight through then. I think it just bounced off the chest. Maybe taking his eye off the ball.
And there's been too many moments like this today from an Exeter College perspective.
Yeah, exactly. We spoke all day about being clinical. I mean, we love that they're trying things, but there must come a point where you are clinical. You go back to basics. It was a lovely hard line by the inside centre, then out to the back to 10, and he put Blackburn away, and that was tough for the man to knock on there.
Tuipulotu has created some space for Simpson. Findlay takes on Satala and saunters round the fullback and gets a good pass onto his winger. Exeter College on the charge again. Rodwell. Ferguson goes, and he's dangerous when he does. There's Rodwell. Findlay gets it along again. Little check and a jink from Wigginton. He's going to have to place the ball. Support arrived. And those Brooksby Melton jacklers weren't able to get their hands on it. Hobbs back on for Exeter. Rodwell looking to carry big again, but his legs were taken. Findlay, he'll jump through the gap and he'll look for support on the outside. Covering was good from Handford. And it had to be. But here go Exeter College, and there's room to work on the inside. Penalty comes. Rodwell has the ball at his feet. Might have a break here for some treatment. But again, Exeter College with fantastic build-up play and now looking for the finishing touch.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. More of that, being able to do the basics well, to carry hard, get them on the front foot. We've seen their pack really running onto the ball, drawing two players, and their support is quick there. So they're just earning the right now to go wide. Seeing Findlay on the ball, he has been an absolute threat every time he's been on the ball.
Here goes Rodwell, the biggest player in the Exeter College pack, and he tramples over a few Brooksby Melton players. That is an easy score for the big prop. It is a day for props, Rocky Clark.
Music to my ears, maybe that's why I'm here. Knew it's going to be a prop star day. Great carry, and that's what you want. You want 5 metres out, you want your big men running hard, running low, onto the ball. Because they get you that momentum.
Now this is a kick to take the lead that's being lined up here, but this is how the 5-pointer came about. Nothing flash, just crash.
You're a poet and you didn't know it. That's poor by Melton, wasn't it? Not getting off the line or getting underneath him.
Kick for the lead, and it's secured. Jed Findlay calmly strokes over the extra two. 24 points to 22 now. Exeter with the points that their possession and attacking instincts have suggested they should have had all along, but haven't.
Well, we called it. It was going to come down to the last 10, didn't we? Couldn't split it. Wonder what else is left of this story.
Needing a clean exit, Exeter College. Under 10 minutes remaining. Decent chase on the box kick and well claimed by Findlay. Does it all, this fly half for Exeter College. It's a good carry too. On the attack once more with Ferguson, and Findlay keeps those hands free but knocking on.
Gully's carried well all day, hasn't he? He's a big, strong carrier. Real go-to. Human wrecking ball. Takes a couple of people to get him down. Always makes yards in the hard carries.
A lot of firepower at the disposal of Exeter, isn't there? With Harry Rodwell and Lewis Gully. Ben Ellis Jevons can carry with menace. and the pack together are menacing. Findlay, Lilly, he's escaped now. Nick Lilly for the line, the inside centre will slide home. Well, that might be the score which puts Exeter College in an unbeatable position.
Scintillating score there, lovely little drift across by Findlay, and then that hard line between two players, and it's Lilly who feels like he's been catapulted. He was so fast, got the gas of a back three. That could be, as you said, the nail in the coffin there, but never write him off. Still 7 minutes to go. You'd assume this conversion will go over, which it does. So it takes the score to a 9-point lead.
Great angle of it here, the way the defence were manipulated by Jed Findlay.
It's great, wasn't it? He just drifted across, got the outside man to bite in slyly, which allowed then Lilly to go through just on that hard angle. And he dashed through.
And there is Findlay again. Well, he's having a few minutes where he's getting his hands on the ball and influencing every part of the game. The fly half.
He certainly is, and that's what you look for in your fly half, isn't it? Somebody who can create something out of nothing, somebody who's confident, who backs himself, who puts people away. That kind of execution is what you need to win games.
Brooksby Melton with possession. 5 minutes to play. And Simpson. Nudging it forward. Far from gone for Brooksby Melton.
Well, if I can get back on the score sheet here, I think we'll see a really electric last 3 or 4 minutes.
And this is the position from which Ewan Fern scored the first try of this match. And he's on the ball again, the hooker. And where's he going? He goes short. Maul unable to be established. Not with any real cohesion anyway. And Exeter College have shunted their opponents backwards, but giving away another penalty. And Simpson wants to move their travelling circus a little closer to the line.
They got a second bite at the cherry. They threw it to the front, but the throw was very low for the front man who turned and got the ball. They weren't able to set up that more. They were driven back. Luckily, they'd got the penalty for the infringement. They get a second bite at it.
Taken by Exeter College. Important intervention in the context of these final few minutes. Here is Satala looking to deliver an intervention of his own. Let's watch well. A couple of runners here who might make the difference. There was options aplenty as Joe North went through. Now here is Adidiran. Another scrum. And it won't take much, will it? A converted score, and then it would only need to be a penalty or another try.
Yeah, they've got to do it quick though. They're in a good position for Melton backs here. Got a lot of space as the forwards are in the scrum.
Everything loaded on the open side, and the peel from the number 8 is good. The tackle, however, from Findlay was brilliant on the number 8. Jamie Talbot had his eyes on the line. He may still have his eyes on the line. He's been injured in the process of that tackle, it looks like. How about that from Mr. Findlay again, Rocky?
It's a name we keep saying, isn't it? So I think that's a name that we look out for in the future. He is everywhere.
You're taking down rampaging number 8s in a channel where they normally thrive, the number 10 channel. You are over-delivering on your job spec.
Certainly a very brave fly-off.
Good take again from Rigo. In at the back is Fern, and he's used to this position, Ewan Fern. The counter is good from Exeter, and the possession they'll get from it.
Well, a comeback from that. Initially they'd lost the drive, and then they seemed to counter up, and it felt like about 20 of them all came from somewhere and were able to get that drive back. And then the collapse maul, unplayable, means that it's Exeter ball. I think, I'm going to put my neck on the line, I think that was Melton's last chance there.
We should say that our clock is not exactly aligned with the referees. It is our best estimate of where things are. It will be up to the wristwatch on our man in the middle to decide things, as Exeter College are just going to have to make another change. Ethan Millard it is, who I think is unable to continue.
He's had a good shift, hasn't he? He's got around the park well, carried well, put his teammates away as well. Little tip on, strong player.
And it's Exeter ball. Just the processes to go through one more time for Exeter College to try and see this victory home.
Scrum's gone 90, so it gets reset. Same team keep the ball. Just churning down the clock to Exeter's advantage.
Ben Hobbs with one of those soft skill sets required of a number 8 to control the ball with 4 pairs of boots in the way. Underrated skill for a number 8, but the very best can do it, and Hobbs pulls it away nicely. This is very composed from Exeter as they look to wind down the clock until that point. Now, penalty in front of the posts. Surely, Rocky, the kick is what's required here, because then you can play for the try afterwards.
I think they've decided it. They want to do it the other way around.
Well, they will know best.
Last roll of the dice here.
We'll still leave them short of Exeter's total, whatever happens. Though we are in the red on our clock, time clearly still to play. Here go Brooksby Melton again. The maul edges ever forward, and Ewan Fern edges ever forward. There's another try for Brooksby Melton. They've got what they came down this end for, and now they need to add a few more points, and quickly.
Great line out thrown to the middle. They sheared one way and then went back into the grain of it. Clever play.
So important for Harry Simpson. Keeps his head down, hits it well, it goes through, but that will be that. So Brooksby Melton finishing strongly. It is Exeter, however, with the victory. 31 points to 29. Final flourish. Well, hang on everybody at home, just in case. We're double checking what might have happened towards the end here. It could well have been a draw between the two due to a scoring error. So just at the end, did Brooksby Melton manage to take the victory through countback? I'm just trying to confirm that for you ASAP. Well, just to confirm everybody, if you're watching on from either team and looking to get conclusion to this one, I think it did end 31 points all, in which case it's a countback scenario where the number of tries is the important thing. So confirmation coming through. Exeter, despite it being 31 all, our apologies for getting that score wrong, but Exeter still winning 5th place due to having a superior number of tries. So Exeter taking 5th place on this Ace Finals day. A thrilling match, too thrilling for us to even keep abreast of properly. So that's how close it was. Brooksby Melton doing everything they could, but courtesy of a superior number of tries for Exeter College, they take 5th position. The action will be continuing here with the 3rd place playoff between Bishop One School and Gosforth Academy. So do join us in just under half an hour, just before 2:30 for kickoff in that one. Hello and welcome back to Cheltenham Tigers RFC for our third and penultimate match on Ace Finals Day. It is the battle for third place between Bishop Wand School and Gosforth. And here is how Bishop Wand line up. In the back three, Marta Betson, son no less of Serge Betson, lines up with Sam Rockley and Elijah Green. In the centres, Theo Williamson and Ben Bysouth. And then the halfbacks, Louis Hurd, Rourke, Flecker, Lister. In the pack, Ralph McEachran, Finn Worley-Brady is the captain, and Archie Cleave make up the back row. And in the second row, Milo Bourgonin and Mario Ikomola Andre. Brandon Vince, Martin Chalmers and Cameron Greenaway make up the front row. And here is the Gosforth Academy team. And it will be Gosforth who kick us off, so we'll endeavour to bring more of the team information for Gosforth Academy, but the proceedings beginning thick and fast. And here we go, the battle for third place in this year's Ace Finals, and already off and running are Bishop Wands, attacking out of their 22. Nice tip on to on-rushing forwards from Bishop Wand. This is lovely stuff from the college linked to London Irish's academy, of course. Number 9, Flecker Lister. Support from McEachran, the number 8. Taken into contact by the two lock forwards for Bishop Wand School. The first error coming, but that was nice build-up play, and Rocky Clark is once again alongside me for this contest. Went through a fair set of phases with lots of precision. A good beginning for Bishop Wand. Yeah, we did indeed. Bishop were getting themselves just playing down the short sides. They'd used their two big locks on the edge, and there was just a little bit of forced play there from the number 9 who tried to get the offload away. Flecker Lister to Sam Rockley. Gosforth's number 9, Ollie Rose, has his hands on the ball. Quite a slow cadence from the 9 there. I think they were really edging then. This scrum taking place right in front of us. Perfect for you, Rocky Clark, to cast your constructively critical eye, I'm sure, over scrum proceedings in this contest. So Rose under pressure, but the scrum half does get it away, and Gosforth look to play all the way over to the left hand side and bring their wingers into the action as soon as possible. Bishop Wand covering well. Good take, but an excellent tackle in the process. Still it's there though for Gosforth, and they're breaking the line for the first time. Bishop Wand with their hands on the ball. Turn of play by Flecker Lister. Carrying on from Greenaway. And Louis Hurd, the number 10 for Bishop Wand, with an all-important job to do today. There is Hurd. Realigning again, looking to get out of their own half for the first time. Some big carries already by their captain, Finn Worley-Brady, who's got through some work. Coming back for the penalty for not rolling away. Louis Hare's going to kick to the corner.
gone as far as he'd have liked, would it?
He does make sore, at least, but still 40 metres away from Gosforth's try line. Here goes Bishop Wands into Gosforth's half for the first time. Play from Theo Williamson, the outside centre. Turnover potentially on the cards for Gosforth, and it's good spread along the line, but there's another big hit coming in. They're being lined up from both teams. Defence ruling the first 5 minutes of the match.
Huge hit there by the captain. We just spoke about him with his carrying ability. My goodness, I think he cut somebody in half with that big hit.
Finn Worley-Brady leading by example for Bishop Wands.
Certainly pumped up for this game, isn't he?
Indeed he is. It's third against fourth. Similar seasons for both these two teams to get to this point. Not competing for the very top position. That'll be between Beechen Cliff and Hartpury College. That match starting at 4:30 today. But so important for both these two teams to end this Ace League season strongly and end with a win. Plenty to play for the rest of the season, of course, and when you bring in to the context the fact that the under-18 Premiership sides will be in action again in January, it's a great opportunity for both sets of players here to lay claim to positions in those teams if they play well today, if they continue to impress. Gosforth, of course, linked to Newcastle Academies, Newcastle Falcons Academy, and Bishop Wand, as mentioned, their affiliate Premiership club is London Irish. Fleckalista doesn't get his hands on the ball. Will still be possession for Bishop Wand. Here goes Chalmers, the hooker. Fleckalista back to the blind side. That's an intentful carry. Offload is there. Keeping it tight so far. Now they open things up a little more with Vince. This bulldozing prop. Hurd. Now Betson. Pops it along to Williamson, who'll keep it alive if he can. Gosforth, however, pinch possession. Line's cleared. Only so far. As Betson will go off on a little run again. Martin Betson, son of Serge. Betson, French flanker of yesteryear and the scourge of England on numerous occasions in the Six Nations. The only man really to get close to Johnny Wilkinson in his heyday.
He was an outstanding player. I remember watching him and him doing one of the first sort of out the back blind passes where he'd gone through two defenders, stuck his arm through and gone around the back of somebody to get that offload to the winger. I was just like, this man is insane. So if his son's got any of his skills, I'm sure we're in for a very good day at the office.
Looks like he may have a touch more speed than his old man. Coming as a fullback into today. Not that Serge wasn't quick, of course. Here go Gosforth. Lining up again, there's an excellent red and blue wall in front of them. They'll ship on between the two props. And then back to Gosforth's forwards, and they'll keep fighting their way forward and over the halfway line. Josh Farley, the inside centre, and a little kick on. It hasn't gone backwards, although now advantage for a forward knock on. Sam Rockley with his hands on the ball.
High tempo stuff here. There's a few errors, as you'd expect playing so fast, but the intent of these guys, they are absolute whippets.
Yeah, high speed, impactful beginning. Actually a little bit more evasion than we've seen from some of the teams so far. Often the first 10 minutes have been characterised by heavy hits and aggression, but there's quite a lot of width being put on this match so far from both teams.
Yeah, they're trying to pick off where the space is, aren't they? We've seen Bishop 1 just utilising the sort of 15-metre channel, tying people in there and then going wide, getting the likes of Beechen onto the ball in space. It's clever play.
Fleckalista has a good scrum to work from. Theo Williamson pops it to Rockley. And now look at the speed here on the wide outside. Now forward power, the aim. Little pop on again between the two props, working nicely. It was Vince and Greenaway. Gosforth ball.
Coming back from the knock-on, back to the centre of the field. Bishop Wand got the first scrum, put them under pressure. Gosforth under pressure. Also just need to make sure that they get their positioning good. Just sitting back a little bit on that front row.
Excellent field position to work a play either side of the scrum. Tipped over by Rose to the left hand side, and in behind this one will bounce awkwardly potentially for Beechen, but they'll have a chance to run now for the first time. Martin Beechen on the inside. He'll now look to ruck over, but Gosforth and the counter was so well timed. Here's the college from the northeast with possession. That's gone a little too high for everybody. Here goes Rose, wants to go quickly, the scrum half, and there's support on the left as well, well timed. Ball ripped by Bishop Wand. No quarter being given. Furious physical exchanges between these two teams. And that's a nifty clearance kick, but the pace will be kept high here. Quick line outs. Crossfield kick is a chance here for Hugh Lloyd.
Just a little bit too much on that. Good vision to pick out the man in space. Nearly 15 minutes in, and this has been like a roller coaster. When the forwards think they're going to get a breather, when it's a line out, they throw a quick line out in. And that's the moment you nearly cry.
It's not a beginning you approve of fully then, Rocky Clark.
A bit like a kicking game.
Gosforth Academy will have possession from here, from the scrum, and they have a huge front row, as they tend to be in the northeast. Isaac Keller and Ewan Brown are the two props, in between Atiki Barry.
Just like to see them in slightly better positions, really utilise their size. Just seeing Greenaway get underneath Brown at the moment, so Brown just needs to push his shoulder down, stop him coming in on that angle. That's a better scrum from the tight edge, solid scrum.
Goes to the inside centre. Now Josh Bailey, the fly half, uses his distribution skills, and there's real space here. Chance for Gosforth Academy for the first try. Just losing possession. And gratefully swallowing it up was Sam Rockley. Charge down, maybe a chance again. It's still there. Oh, close run thing for Bishop Wand. These are distribution skills from Bailey.
Lovely wide ball out. Just turns on the inside.
And you're right to try and make that pass, aren't you? When you're so close to a try, you know that if it sticks to hand, it's a certain score.
Yeah, and he was going into touch anyway, wasn't he? So probably would risk that one.
This is Bailey again, the fly half. Carrying is from the fullback, Beekmans. Miss pass, but collected by Ben Harrison. A lot forward. Popping up a lot at first receiver is the inside centre Farley for Gosforth. And then Bailey tends to be the second distributor. Still 0-0, surprisingly. Still most of this match being played in the middle third. Here's Chalmers, Martin Chalmers with some dancing feet. Flecker Lister. It's a big carry, nicely done from Kumola Andre. Vince ships it on, and it is kept alive. There is a chance here, 3-on-2 if they can make it work. It is Rockley who gets away. Greenaway involved. Chalmers, oh, it was well read, but just not well taken. Ewan Brown, who went for the interception, he would have been a difficult man to stop it. He got up to speed.
Both defences are absolutely relentless. We talk about a lot of the game being played in the middle third, but I think it's because both teams can't get on that front foot, particularly at the moment, because the defences are flying up, making huge tackles. You're seeing bodies blown out of everywhere. It's a great arm wrestle in the first 20 minutes.
So well evenly matched as well. This is, of course, for third and fourth place, so you'd expect them to have very little between to choose from, but not quite as little as perhaps we're seeing. Still 0-0. So tight.
Yeah, these boys are pumped up for it. Been working all week in preparation for this.
Will be Bishop Wand scrum. Rourke, Flecker Lister. Has Betson right behind the scrum. And his fly half Louis Hurd leading play on the open side. It is over to the open side, and a nice dummy and go from Bysouth. Next wave comes in the form of McEachron. Penalty though, Gosforth again are frustrating and stifling the ball of Bishop Wand.
Yeah, we saw a player fly in there to try and rescue the ruck, where the player had already got hands on the ball, and if they survive that clear out, that's a clear penalty for holding on. walking in line out we've seen so often today.
Bailey, lovely line. Good hands from the forwards, and now look at Gosforth into the backfield with opportunities on the inside. The pass is perfect. The first score almost there. Forward pass in the final act. It was a brilliantly well constructed play, but not quite for Lucas Rowell.
They'll be gutted with that. That was a sure bet going through there. Lovely lines. Just out the back to that man coming round, and then the timing of that pass, little offload back inside to his forward teammate, goes for that little dummy, and then he just goes for that hook over the top. Didn't need to do that. Perhaps should have taken the contact or got both his hands free to be able to get the offload. But the pressure's still on, 5 metres out from the try line.
Fleckelister picks himself and then kicks the scrum half and makes a very good gain of ground. Don't often see that style of kicking from a scrum half.
Not a bad kick at all, was it? Get yourself out of jail. 45 metres. Quite a good return, really.
I bet he's top of the pops with his fly half as well, taking pressure off him like that. Rourke Fleckelister brings play up to the Gosforth halfway line, where they've just launched a very dangerous attack from. Can they do it again? Line-up doesn't go to hand. Fleckelister piles through the scrum half. He's going to need support here. He gets it. Chalmers tidies up. Now Fleckelister can take a bit of control. Hurd has to juggle with it, so there's nothing doing. And they need some impetus here. Little tap on. And there is no one around to support the ball carrier. Somehow Bishop Wand keep possession, and they're going to just keep playing, are they? Knocking on in the process. Here's the advantage, and it might work out for Bishop Wand. Big carry from the number 8 McKeitron, but then the penalty comes. Well, there was nothing planned about most of that phase. They were just trying to reorganise and reorganise before they could set themselves up, but it almost worked out.
Yeah, I think Bishop Wand were really lucky to not get penalised for holding on. They somehow got the ball back when the guy had carried on his own. But then second time, very, very quick. I think that was Beekman's who'd gone over and got the penalty.
There's a little pause down on the pitch, a little pause for us in the commentary box. Rocky Clark, it's been a long day so far for some of these teams, particularly those who have the later kickoffs. They've had to plan their day a little bit more carefully, holding themselves back. And of course, we've got the final coming up as well, or I say the final, but really the battle for first place in this Ace League between Beechen Cliff School and Hartpury College. That's coming up at 4:30.
Yeah, they've had to have planned their day all based around their kick-off times, what time they're eating, travelling, warming up, etc. Nearly got us, didn't it?
Yeah, doing their best. They're getting close. Josh Farley, the inside centre, who's playing more as the first receiver today for Gosforth. Throne's been taken by Isaac Keller, the loose head. Just over the top and not straight anyway. So Bishop Wand applaud that. They're going to stay in this Gosforth half a little longer. Line out gremlins, Rocky. Let's talk about those. How do you correct them when things start to go a little awry?
It's really tough because there's it starts getting in their head. If they get 2 in a row not straight, that's when it is really tough. And when I coached lower level grassroots stuff, we had 2 or 3 people who were able to throw, so we were able to change it up.
Benefit here is going to land in Gosforth's lap, is it? Is it going to be the first try? Sliding in, it is there for Gosforth. A couple of botched lineouts, but the score nonetheless comes. Gosforth's Josh Farley might have been the man to dot it down in the end. Let's have another look here. I should say that it's not easy for us to determine exactly the Gosforth players. They have their shirt colours and numbers all seem to blend into one, so from the far side it's tricky, but we are going to see here that was the footballing skill that set up the score in the end, and it was the outside centre Lucas Rao. He almost scored a little while earlier, so Lucas Rao gets the job done.
He does, with the use of decent footballing skills as well. He had the mind set to not try and pick the ball up, to use his foot to control it, and then he got the bounce of it and went over.
Conversion attempts to the left, so 5 points, but the first try is an important one in this contest because it can be one of the count-back criteria that ends up winning matches. We saw that yesterday in a draw between 2 teams, or a potential draw coming, and it was whoever scored the first try which can decide factors. It's normally, in the case of a draw, it's whoever scored the most tries who will take the victory. We saw that in our last match, 31 points all. Exeter College taking the victory over Brooksby Melton because they had scored 1 try more than their opponents. Good squeeze from Bishop Wand. Gosforth have to loop it over, really risking that. They still have the ball. And Bailey has to run out of trouble. And he does really well, the fly half. Leaves his forwards in the wide channels to conjure something. And Gosforth very happy with ball in hand, looking to find any chinks in the armour of their opponents. Here's Bailey. Looks to get the hands free, but he's knocked back. Chance on the floor now for Bishop Wands. Really good contact skills and link play and calmness about this Gosforth team. And here they come, brushing off the defender and breaking the line eventually. There's the next wave coming. Ollie Rose can't find it. He'll go quickly, will he? Now that is some impressive exit.
Yeah, Brave playing along their try line, but they found the space out in the wider channels. It's the forwards who are getting their arms free, getting that offloading game going. We saw the line break. The front row. Been rewarded the penalty now, 15 metres out.
Line out, throw from Keller. Again it goes over the top, and maybe Flecker Lister And his teammates will profit here. They are spreading play nicely, and there's great opportunities here. Beechen just overruns the ball. Rockley carries strongly. Flecker Lister. Seb Schilling. Excuse me. Finn Worley. Brady. Lovely line again. Rockley popping up everywhere, the right winger. Hurd spreading along from Williamson. He's read nicely. Vince was hit hard. There's Williamson. Vince missed out this time. Worley, Brady. Pass just about keeps it alive. It's only gone backwards, so Beechen can play on. Still there, still chancing their arm. Good tackle, forcing the knock on. That was well timed indeed by Ollie Rose, one of the smaller players on the pitch, but it was perfect technique.
Yeah, he got in low, and literally as the man caught the ball, he just dropped the shoulder in, forced the offload. Forced the knock on, sorry, not the offload.
He would have liked to have offloaded that one if he could have.
He would indeed. Just didn't have time. That was a very quick defensive effort up in his face.
Five minutes till half time, 5 points of difference. Lucas Rao with the sole try for Gosforth, if you're just tuning in. Bishop Wands put pressure on. Bailey flies things over well to Farley, and then they're looping around once more. Bailey will just drop behind the back. He seems to be a player that thrives with an extra metre or two to work in. He's not the go-to player when Gosforth are trying to play on the line. Bishop Wands Hurd. That was Vince again. Two lock forwards combining. Beechen and Kamola Andre. There's McKeitron. And Rockley.
Rockley's had a good game so far, hasn't he? He's big, strong, powerful winger. Always getting across the gain line. Popping up everywhere.
And Rocky, what's your assessment of the difference, if there is anything that you're detecting in styles of play between the two teams?
Yeah, we're seeing that the Gosford Academy team are really looking for that offloading game, that high tempo, trying to shift the ball, playing out to the edges where they've got some forwards out there. Bishop Wander a little bit more route one, but they're trying to come off their wings, trying to get those offload lines as well.
Which route will this be? In the end, it's Gosforth's route. Chalmers will go for the line, but he's going to be pulled back. A knock-on spotted.
Nothing more gutting when you're through a gap you think you're going to score and they call it back.
No one will call you back, Rocky. Not at this point in your career, not after everything else.
Everyone's probably in front of me, to be fair. Huge scrum needed here by Gosford.
Been under the pump, haven't they? From Bishop Wand, and they are again. They have the ball at the base at least. Bishop Wand manhandling Gosforth towards their own try line. Rose clears, but not to touch. Good take, almost in the air by Hugh Lloyd. And he forced a knock on there, Hugh Lloyd, by his chase. He's not had much to do, this right winger, on a cold day, but he made that input count.
He did indeed. Got in the eye line, got up, forced that knock on. And I was particularly impressed with the captain's work, Finn Worley-Brady's disruption of the 8 pick there from Lewis Richardson, who was under a huge amount of pressure, done well to get his big paw in and turn himself, carry into the heart of the defence. It was Finn Worley who massively put that pressure on and enabled that kick chase to happen.
It's a repeat, but Rose gets the ball away this time. Daly, Farley, he's taken now a chance for Williamson if he can pick the ball. Well, that was swooped up splendidly well. Brilliant work. There's a gap here for Rose. Again, the hands out of contact, before and after contact, are so good from Gosforth. There's a chase on here, but Martin Betson will win it. And can he counter from here, the fullback? Has support. Bishop won do really well, actually, to get back. Rush defence from Rose. Scrum half play, that's brilliant. Flecker Lister. Charge down on the exit. And Williamson doesn't take the rebounds. Thought that had hit the side hoardings, perhaps it had. So there we go, a first half full of endeavour and running rugby, but very few points. Just that one try for Gosforth. I mean, they lead Bishop 1 School 5 points to 0 in this effort to take third position in the Ace League rankings. 35 minutes left to rumble between these two before the placings will be confirmed. Third and fourth place to be decided between these two. Bishop Wand School trailing Gosforth Academy by 5, and we're underway again. Louis Hurd, the fly half. Changes on both teams as we expect, and already the impact being felt. Huge run from Ed Batchelor, it looked like. Almost the interception from Bailey. And there is Saunders. Michael Morgan at scrum half. Gosforth being asked plenty of questions here. Playing with the advantage. Ball put down by Ollie Game. Morgan. Good tip on from Vince. Hurd. Then by South passing, but not finding his target. And it is just amazing, Rocky, how the substitutes that teams are making in this competition seem to have an instant impact. Not just, there's no tune-up period, they are into the action from the very go.
Yeah, straight away they've been eyeballing in the first half what they can do, and they're quick off the mark. As we saw, a big carry already by Ed Batchelor, who got him into the game. And we're seeing that Bishop Wand are actually now, they've changed tactics, they're trying to just go really quick. They're just like hot potato, keep the ball alive, keep moving it, and they're just starting to find those little gaps, little mismatches. I think that's more of what we're going to see for the next 20 minutes.
Matching a little bit the Gosforth way of playing from the first half.
Absolutely, I guess fight fire with fire, eh?
It has been fiery so far, particularly at the breakdown where Gosforth have been so good. Any time Bishop Wand have made a decent bust, they've been under so much pressure to retain their ball. The quality of this Ace League competition is so high. You see the patterns that we see in the Premiership delivered by players with the world at their feet and trying to make a statement for themselves in the game.
Absolutely, just starting their careers. It's great to see them play.
Crossfield kick is good. Lucas Rao. Good take from Rao. The only man with points in the game so far. George Goodridge to throw in here. Good line out, splendidly done from Bishop Wands. So By South makes a few easy meters in contact. That's lovely as well, keeping his feet. Cian Norval with the break. Here again is Ralph McEachron. Now back to Vince, and then the offload is there again. And that is some try from the forwards interlinking from Bishop Wand. Much deserved, and in the end dotted down by Ed Batchelor.
What an impact he's had already. We saw him off of kick-off, getting 20-metre carry, getting his team on the front foot, and then a lovely little support line. So we've gone off the top for a shortened line out. Just outstretched there, didn't he, to take that ball. Quick ruck, and they just moved it. High tempo, swung back against the grain. Ball out the back. Just bounces through that first tackle. Puts away one of his forwards. Quick ruck. played away. Fantastic play. Lovely little step off of his right foot. Out to the tight head. Proper has a little step. Nice little offload again. And then just that finish and leg drive. He saw where the try line was. He was never going to be short. And Ed Batchelor, man of the moment.
And Ralph McEachron heavily involved, as was Brandon Vince. And apologies to Ralph and to Ralph's family. We had his name wrong in the first half, Rocky. Mainly my fault, actually. Ralph McEachron, we should have been saying. However you say it, though, it doesn't slow him down, does it? He's been at high speed for most of this game.
Yeah, he's a big carrier, strong, real leader of his team.
Well, this is taken nicely, and maybe Bishop Wands are in for some more points here. Racing down the touchline, and it is 2 in less than a minute. How about that? Sam Rockley.
We said he was a danger man in the first half, didn't we? Sam Rockley, what an absolute dynamite going down that wing. A cruel bounce of the ball. Winger just misses it, and it goes into Sam's hands. Nobody stopping him from there. Absolute speed, so a little goose step through it. 50-metre try, got some good stats up on his stat machine. All good stuff. What a finish.
It's what's the professional stat? It's metres carried, isn't it? Meters carried. That will be adding up nicely for...
Oh yeah, that'll be a 50-metre one. That was great.
Not the distance on the conversion, but Bishop Wands School with a word perfect beginning to the second half. In the meantime, what we missed was a kick-off which didn't go the distance, and Rockley benefited. Josh Farley to get Gosforth back underway. Perfectly weighted, and it's going to work for Gosforth this time. New man on at scrum half, and the new forward's being brought into play. Beekmans.
He done well to keep hold of that, didn't he?
Yeah, the full back to the line and showing his skill set. Ollie Patterson. And then Jamie Lane, the scrum half, as well as Tom Donnelly. Lane to Farley to Beekmans. Lane switches back to the open side. Keeps the ball alive well. There's Beekmans playing like a back rower, the fullback. And Gosforth trying to hit back immediately. Looped over to this wing. Max Winters, or rather Tom Chandler it was, who was thrown into touch in the end.
They played the phases really well then, but just that forced big loopy pass just meant he didn't have time to do anything with it. He was caught with man and ball and then ushered into touch.
Taken down by Wally Brady. Easy meters made. It's a charge down, however, on the attempted clearance, still with Bishop Wand. And this is going to stay inbounds. Farley being hunted down by the chasers. Strong contact ball for Bishop Wand. And there's more space in behind that's been spotted, and that could be a 50-22. Well, it was touched anyway by a Gosforth hand, that hand of Jack Farley, or Josh Farley, excuse me. So 50-22 it would have been, but Bishop Wand's ball anyway.
Beautiful kick, wasn't it? And that vision and tactical awareness to do that. There was nobody dropped back, just nice little clever kick across.
And Rocky, that must be such a hard skill to be at the level of a rugby pitch. We're up here in a grandstand, so we can see space even more easily. But to be at the level on the same plane and to still be able to spot where the space is and judge it and then execute a kick like that, it's a really, really difficult skill, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly right. So from a 9 obviously approaching a ruck, he's scanning around where his players are, but also while he's running there, he's scanned where the defensive team are set. So he was able to make that decision split second, see that there was nobody there, and then the execution of the kick was absolutely perfect.
To the front go Bishop Wand. Now they shunt their camper van towards their destination. Michael Morgan releases the ball. It'll be Hurd. Hurd goes himself. He might escape all the way. Morgan again. Passed along the line. There are numbers away. Thea Williamson on to Rockley, looks for the line, gets there, and it's a second for Sam Rockley, a third for Bishop Wand. What a second half this is turning into.
That vision by the outside centre and the execution of that pass was absolutely phenomenal. Theo Williams take a bow, putting his teammate Sam Rockley away. Lovely little step off his left, goes inside of the outside defender, puts his teammate away, fend from Sam Rockley. Brilliant, brilliant score. Outstanding. 22-5 to Bishop Wand School. So a similar attempt at the conversion out wide, about 3 metres from the touchline.
Conversion after is very decent. Superb kick from Cian Norval. 24 points to 5. How did that happen?
I've no idea. It was so quick, wasn't it? Like, it was all tight at half time, and then the blink of an eyelid, it's gone. Well, it's that man there who just let go of the ball, ironically.
And 2 tries from the right winger in Bishop Wand colours.
Busy first half and scoring lots of tries in the second half, that man. He's a big, powerful unit, isn't he?
Yeah, and there's speed there, but it's deceptively quick because he's not as evasive as some on the fields. When he gets up to speed, as we saw from, what, 50 metres, maybe more than that earlier. Yeah, he's rapid.
He is a rapido.
20 minutes remaining, so it's far from gone for Gosforth here, but it would have to be the best comeback of these finals days that we've seen for Gosforth to win this one now.
It's not going to happen with the scrum going backwards, though.
Here we go with Beekmans. He gets it along the line to the try scorer, who's going to double his own money, Lucas Rao. He has all the Gosforth points, and maybe, just maybe, he's found a way back in to this one for Gosforth Academy.
Yeah, he's given his team a lifeline, hasn't he? Got them back into it. Backed his pace. Getting really speedy. Just goes around the outside, manages to shrug off that defender covering across. Scores 5 metres from the try line. Sideline, sorry, not the try line. That'd be short.
We are getting to watch two teams who have one of the best track records of bringing through exciting players in the Premiership, or at least the clubs they're affiliated to. Gosforth Academy linked with Newcastle, London Irish are the affiliate club for Bishop Wandsworth and Bishop Wands, excuse me. A number of players that they could boast as having nurtured in the last decade or so is form a pretty decent 15, wouldn't it?
Oh, for
15,
sure.
23, 45.
Yeah.
Be way more than that.
The numbers go on, but I certainly think we're going to see some of these youngsters on those team sheets the next 5 years for sure.
So conversion missed, and actually we got a little excited, Rocky. We got ahead of ourselves because we thought there were 4 tries scored. Actually, it's only been 3 for Bishop Wands score. I was scratching my head thinking, where did that 4th come from? It all happened so quickly, we just added on a few more points to them. But we've got it right now, 19 points to 10. 9 points the difference. Bishop Wand on the attack. Show and go from the prop, and it's Vince who is into the 22. Great tackle from Rhys Beekmans. There goes by South. Norval. Here's Williamson. Williamson gliding on the outside and then looking for a soft shoulder on the sweeper. Still Bishop Wand ball. Still with McEachron. And now Vince again. Have to go low on this enormous tight head prop, Brandon Vince. Here's Winters going round the outside again. Max Winters. Morgan. Bishop Wand looking to restore their lead to what it was. And there's Rockley, but knocking on. Gosforth doing enough to stay in this match. And that was good defence.
That was good defence. They stayed patient, got off the line, waited for the error to happen. You know, and that's really good. If you're in your 22 and being that patient, quite often we see penalties creep in here, jumping the gun too soon or trying too hard or maybe coming in the side. No, they're just patient, force the error, and able to get possession back. Just want to take a second to say and acknowledge fullback Beekmans there, who put on a massive shot on the tight head prop. Brandon Vince then. Brandon Vince has had an outstanding game, and his footwork is very impressive, especially for the backs watching. But I was super impressed with the fullback who put in a massive shot on him. Both doing each other's jobs, stepping and big tackles.
Gosforth looking for a way out. of their 22, and that's not a bad exit at all, is it? A huge kick from the centre of the field into Bishop Wan's half.
It's vital he did that, wasn't it? He went one way, he was going to play it, then he decided he'd done a 360 and then was able to execute a kick like that. That is some serious skill going on there.
Intended target miss, Gosforth ball. Lane dinked over, again looking for Lucas Rowell. He'll collect it, Will Rowell. Now he's going to cut back in. Lucas Rowell to head in under the sticks again. This man can't be stopped.
He is on fire, a hat-trick. He has been everywhere. Every time he's got his hands on the ball, he's done something destructive to the opposition, mainly scoring tries. But my goodness, what a comeback. Lovely little crossfield kick there. Just got the bounce. Then Rowell steps off his left, cuts back in. And he knows where that try line is. He's going straight for it. Grabs at the shoulders. Low, over it. Gets his team back in the game.
The 3 try efforts of Lucas Rowell. Goodness me. He's having some afternoon.
Just seeing it there again, the bounce just goes past Beechen, and Rowell jumps on it, cuts back in, uses his gas. Hat-trick hero.
Gosforth again with the ball. 2 points the difference now. Connecting nicely. Lane, Farley, again to Rowell, who checks and keeps it alive. Another one of the substitutes. Has support. That was Ollie Patterson's run. Here's Lane again. And there was Ryan Shaw. Lane sees a gap. Well, it's all starting to get very, very tight now. And this is kickable. And a kick would see Gosforth into the lead. We're going to have to diffuse this particular discussion. Did you see what kicked that one off, Rocky?
I had absolutely no idea. I saw the 9 go for a little tiny gap. Maybe it was just a late shove. Somebody didn't like something out there.
It's protecting the 9, isn't it? It's some of the bigger players protecting some of the smaller players. It's if anything, it's reassuring.
There we go. So nothing's happened yet. Goes through that little gap, step off the right. The 9 trying to get the ball, and then Worley Brady pulling him down. Wasn't much, was it?
There wasn't much in that.
Wasn't anything glaringly obvious.
I think these days everyone just fancies a bit of a shove and a push. They know you can't really tuck into people these days, well, particularly at the elite level with all the cameras involved. So why not just have a little shove and a push?
Just a little bit of handbags, isn't it?
Yeah. Everyone loves a bit of that. Keeps you warm on a day like this too. We could do with having a bit of a push and a shove up here, couldn't we?
Do you want some handbags up here? Is that what you're saying?
We could bring it in.
Let's go for hand warmers instead.
Yes. Yeah.
These knock straights are costly, aren't they?
Yeah, and there's been a few of them in this game. So 10 minutes to play. Third place on the line once again. Gosforth having brought themselves right back into contention. 3 Lucas Rowell tries for Gosforth.
Some of the pace has been taken out of the game now after that little handbags.
It's almost like wiping the slate clean and looking at the last 10 as its own game. Very good kick.
Quality kick just takes all the pressure off your team, doesn't it? Pushes them into their half, wait for them to make an error, and you make that net gain of territory.
Shaw with the line out. Taken by Bobran. And now Farley and co are off and running. Rowell, 3 men on him this time. Williamson doesn't take him first time. Look at the yards after contact again. Lane, Farley. Gosforth might want to work things back to the blind side. Instead, it is through Ewan Brown that they go. And Brown looks to take on all comers. Farley, good hands, and there's numbers there too. Lovely down the line. Bishop Wands. Ewan Brown, well, he would have had 20 metres or so to take on.
That. Yeah.
Would have been a bowling lane with Ewan Brown.
With the biggest bowling ball going, right? He's massive.
Yes, he is a big shirt size, Ewan Brown. He's used his weight, hasn't he, and his physicality. He's put himself about. Lovely short line-up play from Bishop One, taking everyone by surprise. 20 metres out of that. That's what you've got to do, I guess, when your line-up's not functioning as you want it to. Switch of play. Interception almost. Playing with the advantage now, Bishop Wands. Back to fly half, Louis Hurd, and Hurd is going. Centre of the field, 15 metres out. Penalty is there. So Michael Morgan has the ball in his hands. 2 points ahead. What do they do? What would you do, Rocky?
100% take the point. 100%. You force them to have to get a converted try then, so that puts pressure on them. They have to score a try.
I don't think they're going to listen, Rocky.
They're not. I saw the scrum half was looking to go quick.
They do go quick. Good first contact. Then Morgan to the left. Brown looks to close them down. Morgan again. And there's a soft shoulder. Can Bishop Wands get all 5 away to the backs, pinged along the line, offloading just to the corner, and there it is. The ambition pays off. And is it that man again? Sam Rockley.
Every time he gets his hands on the ball, he is a magnet to that try line. Great ball out here, missed pass, beautiful offload, and then step off his left, then just has to dive down.
Been sport for choice, haven't we, in terms of finishing of tries in this contest, with Sam Rockley on one side and Lucas Rowell on the other.
Yeah, hat-trick apiece. Been treated in the second half.
How important is this kick now to take things beyond 7 points? Cian Norval lining it up. Rocky, have you got any kicking tips? Any tips for...
Get it over the post.
That would be your advice, wouldn't it?
I always hear people say keep your head down and swing your leg all the way through, so that's my advice.
That'll be it.
Don't toe punt it.
Yep.
They all have their routines, don't they, that they start with. How many steps back, how many steps to the side, where they look, what they imagine. Similar to when a line-out throw's been taken, you go through your process. Same when you're setting up for your scrummage. As a prop, you go through your processes and your routine.
Cian Norval does keep his head down, and the distance is excellent, the angle not quite. So 7 points the difference. We could be in for a draw again, in which case we'll have to look at our tie breaks to see who would be winning. That would be the number of tries. That's the first tiebreaker.
Okay, about 3 minutes left then.
Gosforth kick-off, needing a 7-pointer in the next 3 or 4 minutes. Bishop Wands, at the moment, will lay claim to 3rd place in this year's Ace League. Can they hold on to it? Louis Hurd, he made that run into the 22 that set Bishop Wand up.
Great kick chase by Gosford Academy there off the kick-off. They know they've only got a couple of minutes. They've got to do everything they can to challenge, get the ball back. As it is, they've got a shortened line out on the 10-metre line. Just another error at the line out. I don't know why they're throwing to the back. They've got more chance of it not going straight if you throw to the back, and the opposition aren't even competing.
Rocky, worth us bearing in mind, by my calculations, which haven't been always right today, let's say that, by my calculations, if Gosforth were to score a converted try, the count back would have to be down to who scored the first try, and that would be them who would take the victory. So if they can get another 7 points, it's then about how many tries you've scored, that would be equal. It's then about how many conversions you've scored, that would be equal. So it's who scored the first try.
There we go. So I think that was Lucas Rowell.
Here goes the hat-trick man for Bishop Wands, Sam Rockley. Michael Morgan setting off an interfield. There are numbers here at least, but the space closing up. Betson is looking to get that ball on the floor. There is Lane, Jamie Lane. And here is Brown.
man mountain.
Counter is excellent from Bishop Wand. Possession back in their arms and not long left on the clock. Vince pushing the offload there and losing the ball, but penalty was coming anyway.
Offside by Gosforth. They've been quite skinny in the breakdown, haven't they, Gosforth? Now they've swapped roles. Who's got isolated and who's getting the jackals in?
You mean they're fanning out more? Is that what their strategy is at this point?
I think there's just some tired bodies there. So when they're carrying, they're not getting many numbers over on their ball. So as we saw then the counter ruckle, we've seen some jackals going in from Bishop Wand. They seem to have got their breakdown sorted.
So this kick is to put things beyond all doubt.
Also, I imagine using up the clock as well. You get the full minute, don't you?
And we are under a minute to play when this tee was brought on. So Cian Norval will take his time. Taking Rocky's advice as well, keeping his head down and not toe poking. So this really for third place in this year's Ace League for Bishop Wand School, and Norval has hit it well and hit it long and hit it through the posts. Another 3 points. It is the victory for Bishop Wand, and how they have worked hard for this. It's been a splendid second half. Bishop Wands were 5 points down at half time, all their points coming in the second half, all 27 of them. And Cian Norval sealing things with that kick towards the end. But tries from Sam Rockley, 3 of them, as well as the substitute Ed Batchelor, who got things going in this second half. What a performance from Bishop Wand. That was pretty impressive, Rocky.
Yeah, it was indeed. To come back and get themselves early on those score sheets, getting 2 back-to-back quick tries in succession with Sam Rockley really gave them that momentum and firepower and belief that they could do it. Great closing out of the game at the end as well. And Gosforth were there or thereabouts, but just needed to tidy up a few things, particularly the line out. Really there was a tough day at the office for them. But certainly a big future ahead of them.
So many players impressing today, and that's been good to see. And do stay with us, by the way. In 40 minutes time we have the playoff match for position number 1, Beechen Cliff School against Hartpury College. It is going to be live in 40 minutes time, just before 4:30, so do join us then for that. But congratulations to both these teams, and particularly to Bishop Wand School taking 3rd position. A very good afternoon, evening. Welcome to Cheltenham Tigers RFC for the Ace League finals and the final match of 7 across this year's finals day. It is Beechen School against the ever-present Hartpury College, who haven't lost a match in 2 years. They're the reigning champions. They've scored a bonus point in every match this year, and they come in, as they do so often, as the red-hot favourites. Well, they're just from half an hour away. Beechen from much further away, just an hour and a half down in Somerset. So 2 relatively local teams, and here is Beechen starting teams. It is Matthew Simpson, Henry Bartlett and Will Dudman on the wings, James Short and Rory Crum in the centres, Raf Weston, Ollie Byrne are the half-backs. Then in the pack it's Casey Pike, Connor Treacy, Luke Boyts in the back row, James Boyle, Zach McLeod-Jones in the engine room, Harry Culverhouse, Max Dorrington and Ethan Nash are in the front row. The reserves include Ben Stoling, Oliver Cartwright, Paul Sejan, Sam Gain, Sam Millwood and Toby Locke. Let's have a look at this Hartpury team. A team which has so much to show for itself already this season, but this is the one they want to finish as top dogs once again, and this are their starting 15 and full squad. Sonny Greenman, Dan Williams and Stephen Gibson are the back 3. Ty Davis, Max Knight in the centres, Stephen Jones and Charlie Rainbird are the halfbacks. Evan Minto, Harry Beddle and Joe Pauling are the back row. Beddle captaining the side, the Wales under-18 regular. Then we have Dayan Gwynn and Nick Thomas in the second row. Owen Popple and Henry Walker and Harrison Bellamy are making up the front row, and the substitutes for Hartpury: James Fallon, Berrien Williams, Tom Anson, Sam Morton-Smith, Morgan Davis and Jack Cotgreve. So the head coach Wayne Thompson, and Hartpury are making us wait. They're second out onto the field. Beechen already here and going through their lineups. Here they are. They've been in 2 finals before, Beechen. They've lost both of them, but a school which has risen through the ranks in terms of Ace League rugby. But a team who have been pretty much perennial top dogs. They've only not topped this competition on 2 occasions. They come here undefeated this season. Beechen, their opponents, having lost twice. When the two met in the regular season, it was a 5-point victory for Hartpury. And Bishop Wand also managing to get a victory over Beechen, so just 2 losses in their season. But that will be long forgotten if they're able to beat the boys in red from just down the road tonight. And I'm delighted for this one to be joined by an England World Cup winner from back in 2014 and someone who's anchored the England scrum for so many years, so we should be in excellent hands at set piece, that's for sure. Rocky Clark, welcome to the commentary box. It is finals time.
It is indeed. It's a cold night, the crowd are roaring. It's going to be a super duper one. Can't wait for this. There's a lot of hype around this. We know it's going to be fast and furious, physical and skillful.
And a lot of hype because the matches which we've seen before have been so well played, so fiercely competed, and with a huge amount of skill as well.
They have indeed, yeah, some amazing skills on show, and you know there's plenty of stars of the future out there that we've witnessed today, and some outstanding rugby being played.
So Raf Westman gets us underway, the fly half for Beechen. Hartpury outside their 22, looking to secure this ball. Scrum half, Rainbird puts this up high, and that's a good one for everyone to chase. Big contact in the air as the Beechen fullback came forward. Matthew Simpson, and not rolling away is the decision. So penalty to Beechen. That was brave from Simpson. There were 4 or 5 Hartpury players zoning in on him.
So you can probably hear the crowd in the background, really lively, getting behind their teams.
I was going to say, good numbers in tonight. It's not a long commute for fellow students at Hartpury College, for family and friends, and not too far for Beechen either. All of a sudden, Cheltenham Tigers RFC is filled with supporters, and this is why. The first set piece, and Beechen finding their man, Max Dorrington, with the arrows, the hooker. Hartpury don't let the initial shunt go anywhere. Can Beechen organise? They've turned it over. Better than that for Hartpury.
Well, it was a good initial drive by Beechen. Got it going forward, got the train moving. But Hartpury coming back away with it.
We've enjoyed the train departures, haven't we, today? There's been rolling mauls executed, plays off the back of the line-outs, short line-outs. Really seen the full array of set-piece ploys across these Ace League finals. So much creativity from the coaching side of things at this level as well. It's been really good to see. And Rocky, with these exchanges, not a clean set piece at scrum, but an important one for no one to give any backward step.
Exactly, yeah. You know, you like to put your marker down in the first few scrums, and so often, because everyone's throwing absolutely everything at it, you do get a reset scrum, whether it collapses or the ball comes straight through the tunnel, because everyone is putting all their might into it. Like they've practiced for years into this moment.
Minto goes off the back. Rainbird feeds his forwards. Hartpury being penned in well to their 22 by Beechen. And Rainbird's box kick this time is to touch rather than to chase.
Good defence by Beechen there. Going to get the line out on the 22, a second bite at the cherry.
These two teams have met in an Ace League final before. On that occasion it was won 26 points to 20 by Hartpury. No matter the success that they've had through the years, they just seem to come back year after year, wipe the slate clean and come with the same attitude and desire to win. And their production line, of course, as legendary as it comes, really. Lewis Rees-Zammit, perhaps the most recent and most high-profile graduate. But there's so many as well. Seb Negri as well for Italy. The numbers do continue for Hartpury. Beechen linked with Bath, of course, and providing players for that Premiership club as well. Big hit coming in on Rory Crum, and it's Hartpury ball. It's the hooker, Henry Walker, top try scorer for Hartpury this season. It's a nice run from Minto. Beechen with the ball though, what penalty.
So some strong carries there by the forwards for the Hartpury College. Henry Walker, Evan Minto getting the team on the front foot and earning the penalty.
It's gone high and it will just about go out. Attempt to keep it in from Beechen Ollie Byrne. And Hartpury out of their half for the first time.
Yeah, Beechen has certainly come to give them a run for their money. The underdogs. What can they bring to the party?
Slick line out from Hartpury. Rainbird into the midfield. Hartpury and Jones looking for runners. And there's a good carry as well. Diane Gwynn. And now here's the fly half with numbers away to his right. Stephen Jones. Big role in his head-to-head with Raf Weston tonight. Jones. Real opportunities here. Owen Popple popping into the line. Jones again. Numbers running around the corner with Minto. Hartpury stretching Beechen, and there is Rainbird down the short side. 6 metres away a Hartpury. Clinical from the reigning champions. Harrison Bellamy. And Charlie Rainbird quite happy to let his forwards go to work here, although Beechen repelling. Deanne Gwynn. Now it is up to the backs, and there's a little opportunity for Max Knight, the inside centre. Hartpury so close now to the first try in this playoff for first place, and it is Hartpury, who are so often first place, who start proceedings tonight under the sticks. And that was composed and constructed well.
Yeah, it really was. The forwards were able to keep the ball with some momentum. They got numbers to the breakdown, quick, hard carries. And it was Max Knight who got them really close. A great leg drive.
Stephen Jones thumps it through for all 7. Hartpury College were patient in playing themselves out of their own half, and then they were ruthless. Just double checking on the try score, and it is the captain, Harry Beddle, who's got the score. The number 7, he's going for.
Great step off his right foot, wasn't it? And a low drive. Just managed to get the defender's shoulders to turn the other way, so it was carried against a weak shoulder with that step.
Excellent take right from kickoff from Beddle's back row colleague Pauling. Rainbird. Carry from Nick Thomas, and now they're causing chaos for Beechen Cliff again. Rainbird will knock this on. Maybe a chance for Beechen Cliff to counter. Instead they kick, but kick well, and that will be advantage.
We just see Hartpury trying to keep the pace of the game going really quick. Quick picks through the middle. They've got the tighted prop on the shoulder. He just tried to get the pass away to Charlie Rainbird, and then the knock-on came on. Just forced it. Definitely see the speed and the intention that they're planning on playing with.
Walker to the middle of the line. Rainbirds. That's a knock-on. Might have been an interception in another moment if Beechen Cliff had been able to regather.
So clever little play by Harrison Bellamy, the loose head prop. What he's doing is going to tell his hooker what the call is, and then he's running in straight to go into the lift, and it means that the Beechen Cliff School are just a couple of seconds behind trying to get that man up. So very well executed line out that he's getting away with.
Hartpury scrum is solid. Minto to Rainbird, who races off himself, and another line break from Hartpury, and Ty Davis is stretching his legs. Maybe he'll go all the way. The inside centre rides the last tackle, rolls, doesn't place it. Beechen Cliff miraculously saving their lines. What defence from Beechen Cliff, what attack from Hartpury. Max Knight it was, Ty Davis, the outside centre. Knight, who set off with his eyes intent on
Knight goes through. I think it's the fullback that comes over. Amazing cover tackle from Matthew Simpson. Try saving tackle, outstanding. That's the heart of somebody who never gives up. That chase back, phenomenal.
And steam pours out of the scrum. Beechen Cliff make a good exit. There's Rory Crump. And the kick to touch will find touch. And that's about as well as these things can go.
Hey, if you make 40 metres up the field and you're nearly 7 points down, that is a pretty good return, eh?
Here's the replay of that line from Max Knight. It was a beauty.
Look at where he's come from, fullback covering across. So much work to do. Matthew Simpson. And that quick pick up.
It's like he hits the nitro for those final 10 metres to gain the ground. Here go Hartpury again. There'll be no let up on Beechen Cliff with Minto. Everyone knows their role in this Hartpury team. And they're so precise in executing at the contact phase. A little chip through, that might work out for anyone. Opportunities for both teams. Beechen Cliff on the ball. Hartpury with it back and just keeping it alive off the floor. Yellow and blue jerseys being run ragged on that right corner, but they realign. And Hartpury go through the middle again. and they score again. Harrison Bellamy. Rocky Clark, that's going to cheer you all night long. One for the props.
I think we've said that every game, haven't we? I think props have been scoring. Great awareness by the loose head prop there. Pick and go through the middle of through the ruck. And they'd done it before and they managed to get the offload away, and then the space was there. Nobody was in behind the ruck. Just great vision, over chased by the flanker. Goes straight through. One of the easiest tries he'll ever score.
That's it, when you're playing Hartpury, because there's so many threats across the back line. It's like playing rugby in a house of mirrors. You're startled and you leave spaces on the field which you wouldn't normally leave.
Yeah, and because they're playing at such a high tempo, you're trying to cover so many holes that then you leave a gapingly obvious one right at the back of your ruck.
Conversion is good from Stephen Jones. Hartpury, 2 tries to the good.
So you just see all the defenders chasing around the corner, overfolded, and nobody stayed in the boot. I think that score might have just taken the wind out of Beechen School's sails there. They've got to do something and try and get some points on board.
Joe Pauling does secure possession at the second time. Rainbird puts this one up. It's another good chase, but it's going to beat everyone, including Matthew Simpson.
It's a great chase by Hartpury winger Stefan Gibson. Then he just managed to get in the head of Matthew Simpson. He just saw him out the corner of his eye and it allowed him to take the bounce.
Excellent claim at the top of the reach, and Beechen with possession. Conor Treacy, the open side flanker. Crum again. Being asked to get through a lot of work is Rory Crum. Zach McLeod-Jones with that last carry. Hartpury have pinched it on the floor again. Rainbird knows exactly where he wants to put it, but it was well read. And a good chase after this kick. And Hartpury making a mistake in their kick return.
That try saver in tackle man, Matthew Simpson, put the kick up, chased really hard and forced the kick. So he therefore kicked straight out. So it's going to be a Beechen School on the 10-metre line out.
You'd understand things if Beechen did feel a little bit subdued and shell-shocked by that furious beginning from Hartpury. But they've managed to settle themselves of sorts, and Hartpury making that last error. Can Beechen profit? And there are away here, but knocking on the ball just as he tried to keep the play alive was Byrne, and Hartpury will attack. And they have a ragged defence to run at. Rory Crum tackles Walker. No numbers here for Hartpury, but they go to the boots. Bounces for Simpson. Little take from the fly half. That was neat from Raf Weston. Tries to take his own kick and does so. It's only gone backwards to Simpson. That worked out rather nicely for Beechen. But now Hartpury again with possession. And if you do a couple of things well against Hartpury, as soon as the error comes, they'll then do 6 or 7 things in a row which can uncut you. And here goes Evan Minto, sprinting into the 22. The number 8 stepping off his left foot. What a break from the number 8. Rainbird and Hartpury, and surely they'll be in for a third hit if they can execute the overlap. Brought down a metre short, but there it is. Like a flash, they strike. And it's a third.
Wow, what an absolute rapid try that came from the number 8. Quick line break pick again. They're going through. There's a gap there. This is where Beechen Cliff School must make the cover. Minto just off his left. Goes to go round. Final defender trips. And the outside centre manages to make the tackle on him. It's a quick pass out. Sonny Greenman, wasn't it? He scored. Great. Normally that's a pick and go for a forward, but back occasionally can come and steal those. I think all the props have scored so many tries, might as well share it out now.
Words are had after something like that, though, Rocky, aren't they? From the forwards.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
They play at such a pace. Hartpury.
Just love how organised they are, how much structure they've got. Everyone knows what they're doing 2 phases before, so they've got all their forwards planting across the pitch. So once one phase is happening, the next lot of forwards are running off of 10 or off of 9, ready to play or out the back. Everybody knows where it's going, so they can play at such a high pace.
But they seem to know what's happening even in unconstructed play as well.
Yeah, they would have played loads of condition games where they know how each other carries, running lines, which way a person's going to step, or if they're likely to pass or not.
Pauling takes it again. Stephen Gibson, the left-sided winger, making a few yards, and Rainbird is charged down. And Rocky, for Beechen Cliff from this position, what would you be advising tactically?
Well, firstly, make sure you've got somebody in the boot and your guards are close enough, because that's where they're getting a lot of the change straight through the heart of them. And then I'll probably get somebody in trying to slow the ball down. So tackler, can they get to feet, can they start counter-rucking, slow the ball down, put pressure on the 9 to allow the rest of the defence to get in.
Try and cut them off at source.
Absolutely.
Hartpury making some easy meters from this maul. Rainbird is going to let it go as much as he dare. Walker spins away. Now here is Stephen Gibson. Wriggles through the first tackle. Beechen Cliff on the ball and turning it over. But penalty against the Somerset School.
That was a bit harsh on him, actually. I thought he'd got the turnover more tricky.
And that hasn't found touch. Beechen Cliff with a decent reply. Charlie Rainbird wanted to take that quickly if he could. Don't think it touched a spectator, it just bounced off the concrete. Might have been able to go had he wanted to. Travelling Hartpury fans in good voice, Rocky.
They are indeed. They've got the drums going as well.
And that is banging this forward pack to arms again. As is Rainbird. Doesn't seem to shout and bark the orders too much, but certainly in control of this forward pack. And there is Wright, and there is Jones, and there's a drop ball.
Coming back for collapsing the maul, I think. I feel that Beechen are just allowing Hartpury enough time to do what they want, so by not putting any pressure on the ruck. They actually had players get off the floor on that last one, get themselves up and get set to carry again. That's where you want to be forcing the 9 to make decisions, to be forced to pass earlier than he wants to. Which also allows time for your defenders to get on feet.
And 3 deep the spectators at the sidelines here in Cheltenham. And Hartpury looking to give them more to chant and sing about, but not straight.
So that was that same line out again where the loose head runs in from speaking to the hooker, goes quick. The hooker didn't throw it straight that time, so a let off for Beechen, but have to play from the 5 metre line.
Casey Pike is the Beechen Cliff number 8 tonight. Ollie Byrne, the scrum half. They'll be under a bit of pressure here, so they use inside centre Crum. Little charge down, pressure from Hartpury being put on, and Rainbird flings it away. Stephen Jones, and here is right now, and the outside centre of Ty Davis in the scrum hat, real balance runner. Front row forwards and back rowers, Harry Beddle lurking with intent, but that didn't go to its intended target, and Beechen Cliff hack it forward. Tidied up by Stephen Jones. Little gain of ground from Beechen Cliff, and they've got to get cheered by every one of those small victories if they're to get back into this contest. Evan Minto. Jones. Return of grounds, return of territory. Jones has a second attempt, but still doesn't find much space. It's good marshalling of the backfield by Beechen Cliff, and now they counter-attacked. Carries from McLeod Jones, and there's a penalty too.
Perhaps that's the little lifeline they needed. Got the opportunity to kick to the corner, get some good field position. Nice few strings of phases there. Came from a decent chase from Luke Boyd, who kicked the ball through as it was on the floor and then went and made the tackle, made that territorial advantage.
So Beechen Cliff return to Hartpury's 22 for the first time in 20 minutes. Scores were level the last time they visited.
Dummy throw. Criminal. And I think that's the difference. You get that one shot, one kill opportunity, and you can't throw it away there. They've got to get points when they're in there. Hartpury really clinical with their play, executing. Great distribution by the 9 as well. Rainbird giving his team real width, putting his forwards on at pace onto the ball. Really hard to stem the flow.
Rainbird, charge down, Beechen Cliff might be in here. Pressure on the 9, Rocky, as you asked for, and can Beechen Cliff profit from it with points? Just stepping around the outside, here's a chance, and here will be a try, surely in the corner. Beechen Cliff are on the board. And it's Henry Bartlett, the marksman. Beautiful step from James Short, the outside centre, to create it. And how Beechen needed that.
Absolutely. We talked about them needing to come away with points, and they did so. With that man, the speedster, Henry Bartlett, on the edge. Lovely little step through. Again, Boyd with a decent carry. Quick movement of the ball. Shifting it wide. Just that little step on the outside. Outside centre puts his winger away from Short to Bartlett. Goes over.
And he had a lot to do still, didn't he, Bartlett, when he got the ball? It's a good finish.
Very good. We've seen some great finishes, actually, haven't we, today? Especially in the game earlier. With Sam Rockaby.
Sam Rockley, I think. A couple of hat-tricks in that one. Touchline attempt. Good shake to the kick, but just pulled slightly by Raf Weston. Let's see it again here. There's the work from Boyd. They did it all from an error, or a forced error, really, with the pressure put on at the scrum. Beechen ball from the kickoff. 3 tries to 1 behind. Crucially on the board. And 5 minutes to play before half time. It's left to bounce by Hartpury. Could have gone anywhere. Might still go anywhere. As Walker tidies up. Rainbirds. Hartpury's Betty Ann Williams is on the fields. Good line again from Max Knight, but he's isolated.
We talked about that earlier in the earlier game, simply when you get that really good carry, but you then leave your support. You've got to buy time for them to get to you. When you've got an open side flanker prowling around, a man like Connor Treacy, he's going to be on top of that. Gets the reward for his team.
Attempt to keep it in, wasn't successful, so what a gain of ground that is. Huge left boot to take Beechen into Hartpury's 22 again.
If I can get a score here, we've got a game on, haven't we?
Yep.
Let's hope it does.
Is that taken by Hartpury, however? It is. And Rainbird clears. And it will just be kept in. So here is the fullback Simpson. And there are numbers here for Beechen as well as space to use. And here's Crum. And here's the try scorer Bartlett, who looks to go on the outside, but he's well marshalled, isn't he? James Boyle. Weston. Short. And that's put in behind as well, looking for a bit of space, and if not, then a gain of ground. Useful kick too.
Yeah, pretty decent actually, good return. Not a lot on, so matching numbers down the short side, so just grubbing it through, force them to exit with their line out.
Beechen look to have settled a bit now, Rocky, although I'm sure it doesn't feel like that when you're being harried to distraction by Hartpury.
Absolutely, yeah. Every decision you make is that it's got to be under a huge amount of speed to get away with and execute. Just puts that pressure on.
Rainbird again with the box, and he's given his chasers a chance. It stayed in, and back to Hartpury hands.
Maybe they lost sight of it in the floodlights.
Certainly seemed to surprise Beechen Cliff's team in the backfield. So there is Knight, and then there's hands along the line as well, and there's speed that's going to be put on the ball. Gibson and Minto with speed and power. But he's put to the floor well by McLeod-Jones. And the choice of running lines is exemplary from Hartpury as well. They're not running at bodies, there's looking to find spaces, although Henry Walker does run straight into a Beechen Cliff shirt, and he pays the price.
That'd be a welcome turnover for Beechen. Just taken the sting out of Hartpury now, haven't they? Just managed to slow down their tempo just ever so slightly.
Weston's kick is a very good one. So not long before half-time now.
Just have to make sure they win this line out. They've got the last one, similar position stolen off of them. Hartpury line out defence is phenomenal. Can they outsmart them? Can they find the space?
Dorrington confers with his team. Gets ready to throw. There is a challenge, but it's Beechen Cliff ball, and now they'll go to Crum, and dropped off to Casey Pike. Weston. Here's Simpson, and there's Bartlett, but he can only try and keep possession. There's no space at all. Now it's Treaky, Connor Treaky. Dorrington in support. Byrne now back to the right with Short, and Short steps to the left and then to the right, and he's an explosive runner, and he finds Henry Bartlett. But a knock on, and that'll be the half for us, Rocky. Well, fast and furious for most of it, but Beechen Cliff slowing things down and staying just about in the fight, do you think?
Just about. Could have done with some points then, but we'll see how they come out after half-time.
19 points to 5 at Cheltenham Tigers RFC. Are Hartpury heading for another perfect season and the title? 35 minutes remain. Beechen Cliff have a job to do, but do join us for the second half in a matter of minutes. Welcome back to the second half here from Cheltenham Tigers, and Hartpury ahead, and good value for a 19-5 lead against Beechen. But Beechen School not out of this yet, and goodness me, that's a statement of intent. What a powerful carry right from the off, and nothing says we're here for another 35 minutes to play quite like that level of intent. Evan Minto now tries to reply for Hartpury. And with a few changes being made, the substitutes will have their say on this final. The battle to finish top of the Ace League for 2022 is at stake. Beechen have lost twice this season. Hartpury undefeated this season. Darian Williams plays scrum half.
Referee saying that Boyti didn't release then as he went for that jackal.
Excellent gain again. Kicking out of hand in this final has been a notch or two above what we've seen across the course of the 2 days, and that's been pretty good anyway.
Yeah, it's been excellent. The kicking from 9, from 10, from 15 has just been on point. So here we go. Prop runs in. Oh, they come to the front now. They've changed the picture.
Stolen by Beechen, big hands, and it'll bobble around. And it's a knock on. How frustrating after pinching the line out. It was really good work from Paul Sejan.
Oh, it's a gutter, isn't it? Like, they just need to string a few positive pieces of play together, and then that's when they're competitive. But it's just a positive followed by an error, positive followed by an error, and you just can't build on that. You need to have 3, 4, 5, 6 positives on the bounce, and that could just be a carry, keeping ball. You need to get those chains all linked up.
There you go, Hartpury, Dan Williams. Minto, Beddle, the captain, plays scrum half. Dayan Gwynn is through, knocking the ball on. Beechen from behind their line. And there's 5 Hartpury players around the ball. They are everywhere. Fullback was Sonny Greenman, who was actually met very well. Didn't manage to make many yards that time. And there is Ty Davis. Knocking on the door of the 22. Hartpury substitutes, ensuring that there is little to no difference in how the team have to play. Everyone slotting into their role. Good space to this backline shape from Hartpury as Nick Thomas carries. Stephen Jones looks for Dan Williams, doesn't find him. Beechen Cliff ball. Box kick will find touch only.
So just a little bit clunky in this first sort of 5-10 minutes from both teams, not quite getting stringing their phases together. Knock-ons, and they're close to scoring from Hartpury. Not much net gain. And Beechen.
Walker's line out is to the back, and after a little bobble it does find its way along the line. Morton Smith is at scrum half. Walker, Jones, and again imprecise from Hartpury. A few cracks opening up in their play. Can Beechen Cliff profit? They're going to have the ball here, and Rory Crum takes on the defence, gives it to the try scorer Bartlett.
A couple of the Hartpury players down. We've got Minto, who carried really hard. Not sure if he had a head collision or what, but he's still down, doesn't look in the best of ways. Another player down on the far side of the pitch.
The speed with which they were playing at that time, Rocky, I suppose a team can often only play at that level for a period of time in a match. It's so hard for everyone's momentum and everyone's physicality to come at the same time, but I guess that's constantly for a team like Hartpury the goal, to create purple patches which last for a full match.
Yeah, absolutely. Like to play at that insane tempo for 70 minutes just isn't possible, but to have periods of it, maybe first 10 minutes of each half and a call towards the end, so you sort of bookend either sides of the half, just to really put the pressure on. If you get into the game early, you know, that puts a lot of doubt on the opposition. Look, chasing the game from Beechen. They won't be sorry that one of their main ball carriers is going off though. Minto. He's had an outstanding game tonight, hasn't he?
He's crammed so much into 40 minutes. That's felt like a full match of rugby that he's played in that time.
It's been like a human pinball, just carrying and just at such a pace. He seems to get faster as he goes through the contact area.
Yeah, fine player.
I think he's got a big future ahead of him.
Also with Hartpury, you see the individuals shine, but it's the collective that seems most impressive, and almost that collective play that they're able to bring sometimes itself is the standout facet of them. It's not necessarily an individual, just the way they're all linking together.
Yeah, I absolutely love how, as we spoke about before, a couple of phases before, everyone's in the right position, ready to go, and they just work you out. They just manipulate you into a place that you don't want to be, where you might have a loose head prop on the wing or a winger in at guard, and they just pick off where that mismatch is or where that gap is. Well coached, and they know each other really well.
Taken by Beddle. And the captain sets up this maul. Steady progress.
Doesn't matter who's on the train is still moving at quite a speed, isn't it?
Sam Morton-Smith shapes to box kick. And He's judged that very finely. Good take from Beechen and Henry Bartlett. And there's numbers here too with Crum. And then along the line, and bringing in Beechen substitutes Toby Locke. That was. Sam Gain is at scrum half now. Gain to Weston. Heavy contact. Play on. Not quite. So much more opportunity in this game now for Beechen, Rocky.
Absolutely. They weathered the storm, even though they went down a handful of tries.
They weathered it. They got shipwrecked in the process, but they did see it through.
They did, and now they've ridden the storm, and they're here now, giving it everything. Subs have made a big impact as well. The tempo of Hartpury's just slowed down a little, so they're able to cope with it more.
When you have had a moment like that in the game as Hartpury had, and you've got the points that you feel you probably need, how on earth do you climb back up to that level and try and hit those heights again? Because the motivation can't be as strong, because you're ahead in the game and you've done your initial job. So what are your motivators? Is it what your coach is going to say to you afterwards?
Yeah, you get those little breaks in play where your leaders get you in and re-motivate you, or you get your foothold in. Or it's the impact players that come on as well, raise the tempo again, and that's quite often what you'll see in the last sort of 20 minutes. Some real injection of pace or big carries in the offloading game to get back in behind the defence. Those are the sorts of bits that make the difference.
Jones. What speed shown from Sam Millard. There is Locke, good speed from Toby Locke, but pulled into touch as he tried to keep it alive, and he has a few follow-ups. There is a bit of tension between the two sets of players. Kind of tension that I think comes from enjoying yourself under the lights with a big crowd around.
Yeah, it's a massive occasion, isn't it, for both teams?
Taking the line out from Thomas. Morton Smith. No one in the chase for Hartpury. Toby Locke has a lot of time. Just ships it along the line. Millard.
High tackle coming in. Opportunity to kick towards the corner.
Weston's left boot. Takes Beechen to shy of Hartpury's 22. Line out taken. There's been such a contest in this part of the game. Did Hartpury get the ball back from that? They did. Did you see what that was for, Rocky?
No, I didn't quite catch that.
Me neither. But Hartpury exerting a lot of pressure at the line out. Nothing is coming easy for Beechen.
No, it's not. They're still under a huge amount of pressure.
Beechen creaking the Hartpury scrum. And that's gone to the floor. Very well taken by Ty Davis. Beechen Cliff been able to hack that forward, might have been under the sticks. Look at the space now afforded Henry Bartlett. Back to the open side eventually. Chipping for himself is Weston. Not claiming the ball. Morton Smith. Stephen Jones. Huge box kick. Gibson was chasing on Beechen Cliff's side, if he can stay in. And Sam Gain has done really well there. Millard to Treaky. James Boyle now. Sam Gain. Toby Locke runs after this. Good field from Hartpury, but Stephen Gibson loses control.
Just an unforced error there where they had a 2-on-1. I think he took his eyes off it. Now we're seeing a lot of box kicks go up and bouncing. I think they're just losing it in the night sky or on the glare of the light. Perhaps a little ploy both teams could really make use of. A big chase.
Wait, let me switch it around.
Beechen Cliff had a bit of a nudge on the last scrum. Gain. Weston. Crum. Weston again, and there's numbers here, and Locke is free. And if he can play it through the hands here, maybe Beechen Cliff can form their attack with Bartlett. Haven't Hartpury recovered well. Treaky. Somehow the ball is still in yellow and blue hands. Crum risking that into the hands of the speedster Millard. Boyle. Gain. Weston, the defence is so well set from Hartpury, so Beechen Cliff have to look to the width, and Bartlett steps in. Bouncing around. Hartpury ball. And we're now seeing the other side of Hartpury's game, Rocky, the defensive organisation, which, once it's punctured, just seems to reform, seal over, almost like a wound that self-heals itself. It's frightening.
They are so quick. It doesn't faze them, does it? There's a tiny little half break and then they're there, quick, all over it. Yeah, there is no space out there at the moment, so Beechen need to find a way, and that could possibly be over the top. Could be using the glare of the lights up in the sky, or it could be trying to get those offloads in behind the defender.
"20 minutes remaining, so plenty of time."
Just feel they need a score just to raise their belief, don't you, and to put the pressure on Hartpury. Hartpury have been under a bit more pressure this half, certainly compared to the first half. But Beechen just need to get some points on the board to give them that momentum to close the gap, give them that belief that they so need.
And Minto seems a really big loss. They haven't had the thrust of Evan Minto since he went off.
I think I might have seen him creep back on. I'm not sure. We'll have to have a little, keep an eye out.
I'll be back underway.
I think he's there prowling around in the scrum mat.
And Minto might be back then. So Morton Smith, taken by Bartlett. Lovely miss pass over to Short, and he'll straighten. James Short bursting forward. And ripping the ball away, though, is the captain, Bedell, for Hartpury. So Harrison Bellamy with that last carry. And there is Minto. Absolutely right, Rocky.
Maybe he subbed himself back on. He's not done yet.
Forward pass there and getting Minto on the ball.
And that was that quick turnover by Harry Bedell. He was quick on that. We talk about how the speed of wingers and them galloping up the touchlines, but the speed of the back row, Harry, to get over on that ball, get the turnover, vital to that cog of Hartpury.
So behind this scrum for Beechen, there are 2 on the blind side, 4 backs on the open side. And it's Short who punctured the defence earlier, who gets going, and he breaks the first line. James Short, if he can get it onto Bartlett. Beechen are storming the castle. But dumped into the touchlines just before the try line.
Yeah, there's that Hartpury defence you were talking about. Just enveloped him along the sideline, didn't they? Ushered him out into touch, but it's Short, he goes through the handoff to his opposite number, gets a lovely little offload away to Bartlett, the try scorer.
Hartpury ball as a challenge from Beechen, but the line-out execution is too good. And Minto puts boot to ball. And this is only going to work out for Beechen here, and it really might. Setting off at speed goes Millard. 10 metres away. Gain is letting the forwards go to work. Sejan plays scrum half, and there's Ben Stoling. Sejan again. Hartpury eating up Beechen players around the ruck. Nothing too troubling for the reigning champions. Sticking to their task either. Hartpury cordoning off their 5 metre line. So when will Beechen break with one-out runners and try something different? Sneaking a few metres there. It comes in the end. And Hartpury defence simply too good.
They never really looked troubled, did they, on that Beechen just kept knocking at the door. They played one of their forwards of scrum half would pass the person who'd been latched into contact, and then that person who played scrum half went and latched himself onto it. So they had a pod of 3, which meant they should keep ball. But there they just got isolated, done for holding on. We've seen it all day. Players aren't landing on the ball, protecting it. They're landing on their sides. That's for these boys who are so quick, hands on to the ball. That jackal is just so obvious for the referee that they're holding on.
It's interesting, Rocky, with Beechen strength seemingly being their backs, to choose not to use them from close range.
Hey, I'd be the first when I'm coaching, if you're a couple of metres from the try line and then we throw it out to the backs, and if it gets dropped on around the 22, I'll be the first one complaining. But I think that would have been the right decision. They'd had probably 8 or 9 picks, just weren't going anywhere.
And what's the thinking tactically for going short when you're so close to the line, Rocky? What's the positives that you get out of that?
You keep possession, you've got support with you. Yes, you only make small gains, but if you can use some size, like your big players, leg drive and latching players on, that's where you can get over the gain line. It only be marginal. When you go out wide, there is that chance. And everyone defends better in the 22. They get off the line, they have that little bit more urgency. They go and make big hits. And if you knock that ball on, you're 20 metres back.
Fallon to Beddle. Hartpury stuck together. And they make yards again. And here goes Minto off and running, the number 8. Dummy from Jones, but he was caught. Tricky it was. Look at the way they work the blind side again. There were numbers there, but the hands not good enough. Gibson goes down on the ball and come back for the penalty. Nothing seemingly wrong with Evan Minto, Rocky.
Now he's still running right, isn't he? Just ran down that short side. Such a strong carrier. He's had a breather, he's back on. Re-energised, ready to go. Just under 15 minutes left of the half.
Beechen's Luke Boyd might be taking a breather as well. An enforced breather. He's been seen to by his doctors. He's been good.
He's got around the park really well. I've noticed him a few times. Great defensive shift. Been a pain in the breakdown for Hartpury. I think he did his shoulder in the first half. When he chased that kick down, he seemed to land on it awkwardly. It's just proving too much. Easy for me to say.
Fallon to throw in. Lovely straight line out from Hartpury. Morton Smith, Jones. That's where it breaks down.
They were saved then by Minto getting the ball. Dropped the ball, which was probably their best tackler.
Yeah, if you'd taken that one, it was shaping up nicely for Hartpury.
It'd have been like a dart going towards the dartboard, wouldn't he?
A dart weighing 95 kilos or so. Yeah, one of those darts.
Not a heavy dart, but a very fast dart. And direct.
Beechen Cliff and Crum spots a gap. Brilliant centre pairing. Crum and Short are proving to be. Making a lot of metres together. Tricky. Relentless at the breakdown. Hartpury College.
Just so quick. They're really good. They get the tackles in nice and low. Then that second man is straight on it. As long as they're not involved in the tackle, they can go straight on the ball, and it's milliseconds, so you don't have time to even do anything with the ball.
Hartpury in Beechen Cliff territory. And this line-out has looked so good tonight. Fallon again. Tom Anson takes this on. In the red jerseys. One cohesive unit as Fallon goes to ground. Beechen Cliff though timing their attack on the ball really nicely.
Yeah, that's what we just talked about a few moments ago, that if somebody makes a nice low chop tackle, an aggressive one, you can get straight over as the man next to him, quickly on that ball.
And look at this, oh, unfortunate. But Crum will make the most of this, and Beechen will look to profit here with Bartlett again. Really smart play. Working themselves around Hartpury, who were caught napping there, and that doesn't happen very often. Crum, good hands along the line to Lock. Gain. Crum again. He was lined up from a long way off. Beechen again getting round Hartpury, and now this is getting into the backfield here. It might sit up nicely for Beechen. And Connor Treacy has given the Somerset side a hope.
He's been ever present all night, hasn't he? Well deserved of that try. Brilliant work through. Great support. Pulls it out the back to Weston. Ball goes backwards.
Excellent from Pike, wasn't it?
Yeah, Pike gets going. Lovely little boot to ball, wasn't it? And then chase through for his back row buddy to go over. Lovely. You can fly off and be proud of that kick.
Kick goes over 2, 7 points the difference with 10 minutes to play. And against the odds, this Ace League final is not yet over.
It's not yet, is it? Certainly they've got another roll of the dice. Have to take the kick off, secure possession. You know how dangerous Hartpury are.
Once again, we're in the territory of potential draws. And so to remind you all, in this scenario, if it were to be a draw at 19 points each, then Beechen would need to score again, because if it stayed a draw, Hartpury would be the winners based on the fact that they were the first try scorer today. All other count-back criteria would be equal, so it comes to who scored the first try, which was Hartpury. I'm sure they'll know that, so there is an added advantage to Hartpury here as well. Beechen still have it all to do, but they have the momentum. Ethan Nash, loose head, with a rare carry in this game. That's put up very smartly by Weston, and it's going to bounce as well for Pike, and there's more numbers away with Bartlett. And again, Beechen into Hartpury territory, but again that defence of Hartpury so strong.
Beechen have just got to be more direct with a man over the ball. You have that chance to tackle him off the ball. But they're missing that, and he's staying strong over it. Such a fantastic skill to have in your locker. Just gets you out of jail. We talk about teams, when do they get re-energised? Moments like this. Beechen can see they're within sight. 7 points away. Hartpury now under a little bit of pressure as the momentum was with Beechen. Now they've come to the party again.
They'll probably get that shot of adrenaline from being in a contest again, Rocky, but will they be able to click back into the fluid machine they were in the first half? Let's have a look. Stephen Jones. Strong carry from Joe Pauling. Fallon. Morton Smith. This season still on the line for both teams as we enter the final 10 minutes. Gibson stepping away and then jagging in field. Stephen Jones And here come Hartpury again. Big pass to the wing. Bartlett goes high. Drags his man down. Seems like Hartpury are going to have no problem in turning on the momentum and flicking the switch. Jones, Fallon. Of course, they're without Henry Walker at the moment, with Fallon on the pitch. Walker, the top try scorer for Hartpury this season. Jones, Greenman, Gibson. Thomas. Stephen Jones. Pass along the line. And Hartpury stretching Beechen like they haven't in this second half. All the pressure on those in yellow and blue now. And there goes Bellamy. Jones. Greenman. They're having to muscle up in defence, but they're quite well organised, Beechen and happy to put the hits in. Popple. Morton Smith spots a half gap, can't get the ball away. So Jones plays scrum half. And now zooming over to reorganise his backs goes Stephen Jones. What a lovely pass to the line. This might be it for Hartpury. They're there. Look for the referees to confirm, and it's another try. Or when they need to, they can turn it on. This is Hartpury College on demand. And the try is scored by Hartpury's Morgan Davis.
Outstanding work there, strong carries. They just were patient, they built the phases, they found the mismatches or the overlap, got it through. Missed pass of two people, goes round, and then outstanding finish as well. He spins round, does like a 360, knows where the try line is, gets it over, uses the momentum, the grease on the pitch, is able to finish, get his team 12 points ahead currently.
It's remarkable how they do it, isn't it? And there'll be so many teams out there through the years who will have had this done to them by Hartpury. Be in the contest, be coming back into things, and then get hit.
Yeah, Hartpury just have that belief and that ability. Any sort of pressure they're under, they know they can get themselves out of it, and they know they can score at any point. Seen quite a lot of strapping on number 12 for Hartpury. Max Knight, he's had a great game so far, but he's carrying a little bit of a knock. He's not going to want to go off in the last 3 or 4 minutes.
Weston. No high climb into the night for Hartpury then. He didn't need to. Here's Popple. Back to the blind side. Has this taken the wind out of Beechen sails? Hammering away at the line. Go Hartpury before opening up the play. Raf Weston to Crum. And there's Beddle on the ball, causing problems. Pike. Weston, a little bit pedestrian from Beechen until this moment here, and cutting through goes Dudman.
Story of the half, that defensive, quick on that jackal. Somebody's made that low chop tackle. And if they're not on it, they're certainly slowing down Beechen's ball by being so quick onto it. Lovely little step we're seeing on the replay from Dudman. Goes through, just gets caught, isolated.
And Rocky, there isn't an official player of the match at this point, but who would be on your shortlist if we were covering off that tonight?
There's many who've been on fire. I think Harry Bedell has been all over the game, to be honest. He's been phenomenal. He would certainly be up there, but Minto for me really got them into the game. The number 8, really fast, hard carries. I think I'd go between one of those guys. What about yourself?
An impressive, hasn't he? Evan Minto. I'm always there for the underdog, you see. Rocky by inclination. Plenty have impressed in Beechen ranks, haven't they? I really like the look of outside centre James Short for Beechen. And if I was going Hartpury, I think someone from the two you mentioned, Evan Minto, Bedell. Also shout out for Max Knight as well, with his speed and the way he opened up the game.
He's got his team on the front foot from the backs, hasn't he? Really nice carries.
Haven't seen too much of him in the second half, of course, but Charlie Rainbird had a brilliant first 35 minutes. Scrum half for Hartpury. Little knock on. Beechen will have the ball from here. But another Hartpury season will close with another Ace League title. They'll be the champions after this.
Very, very impressive from Hartpury.
So few teams have managed to beat them. Only twice have they not won this Ace League since its inception. And they're going to bookend another big season for Hartpury College. The final whistle goes. They are champions again here in Cheltenham. Just half an hour away, and they'll be able to hear the roars in Hartpury College from here. What a season, what a team, undefeated. And Beechen beaten on the night. 4 tries, 24 points to 12. And they're good value for that victory, Rocky Clark.
Yeah, that was fantastic, and you've got to take your hat off to Beechen. They started to come back, but Hartpury were just too strong in so many areas, in set piece, and the speed of their line-out defence, the speed of their defensive efforts. They were on fire today.
Well, our coverage is going to continue here, but my thanks to Rocky Clark for joining me across all 4 games today. It's been a pleasure to have your company, Rocky, and we hope to have your company for the rest of the stream, because we're going to bring you the title presentation for Hartpury. There'll be a lot of players, rugby players, jumping up and down in celebration in front of the winners board. So do stay with us as we bring you the live scenes from Cheltenham Tigers and this Hartpury College team celebrating victory. And from a brief couple of moments, there was a hint of it not turning out like this, but that was well and truly put to bed with that 4th and final try scored by Morgan Davis. What a team this Hartpury side is. And a team with players such as Harry Bedell, who will end their time playing Ace League rugby for Hartpury undefeated after last year, and an undefeated season this term. Let's have a quick recap of the scores from the second period. And this was the score that got them back into the contest, perhaps the try of the match too. Casey Pike escaping from Morgan Davis and putting in a perfect kick for Connor Trickey. who claimed it well and avoided the despairing slide of the Hartpury sweeper. And with the conversion, that made it 19-12. Good handoff from Pike. Didn't have enough time on the ball from a Beechen Cliff perspective. Treaky did, he carried hard and supported well. He scored a great try. This is the score that won it. Stephen Jones with the laser guided pass. And Morgan Davis tackled but then rolling to place the ball. And Hartpury knew it would be their night at that point. Stephen Jones had set this up because he played scrum half in that last play. Then he races around, gets the ball from Morton Smith. It's a beautiful pass, isn't it? Really splendid distributor. I've enjoyed seeing him play this evening. Enjoyed seeing the efforts of this team too. 2 defeats in the regular season, one of those to Hartpury, one of those to Bishop Wan School, who finished 3rd. So they were only beaten by the 2 other top teams in the competition. They are proving to be a fantastic developer of young rugby players. And they have a great team spirit as well. Hartpury, as ever, or as so often, irresistible in the Ace League. And the pathway that is now ahead of lots of these players is one that may very well end up in them rising to the top of the game. It is possible to do that now at Hartpury. The way they have set themselves up over years and years means that after this there is Bucks Rugby that can be competed in, and then of course a team in the Championship, allowing you to dip your toe into elite senior level rugby. And that's before we even talk about all the links with Gloucester Rugby. And that's across not just the men's game but the women's game too. So Hartpury waiting to be called forward to pick up their medals and celebrate in front of the winners board. Some of these players will be featuring in the Premiership Under-18 League come January, when that kicks back up into gear. And then a few of them, I dare say, will be seen in the Six Nations Festival starting in March. International recognition will be coming the way of some of these players from both teams. There are 3 players in this Hartpury team already with international recognition under their belts. Such an exciting time in their careers, and they have distinguished themselves commendably tonight and across the season so far. A lot more rugby to be played, maybe in various different colours for various different teams across the course of 2023 as well. Firstly, Beechen receiving their medals as the runners-up this year. They've been runners-up twice before. Still a search for an Ace League title goes on, but another excellent season. Fly half there, Raf Weston. Really good game from him tonight. Time shortly for Hartpury. I always think it's notable that Hartpury teams you see are very rarely the biggest teams on the circuit. Extremely well conditioned, of course, but plenty of other teams will have bigger, bulkier players. Hartpury's collective skill set and their technique and their cohesion, which marks out this institution, which has added another ribbon to its collective trophy cabinet. Hartpury players taking their medals, then gathering together ahead of their moment of celebration in front of so many of their fans who have all congregated around in front of them, getting their own pictures. Beechen players underneath the posts, watching on. So Harry Beddle, the captain, brings over the trophy. The Wales under-18 international putting together a fine game tonight, and there we go, Hartpury champions once again in Cheltenham. I haven't had to travel very far for this victory, but across the course of the season they have been the top dogs once again. Hartpury College 2022 Ace League champions. The celebrations at Cheltenham Tigers RFC will continue for some time, I am sure. But wherever you've been watching on from, thank you very much for joining us. And final score, confirmation, 24 points to 12. Hartpury College do it again.